What's up? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I think we're live. And I think we're live in multiple formats. Whoa. What's up? What's good? Oh, yeah, look at that. It's vertical. Crazy. I want to see how it looks on the phone. If you don't know, the very start of this is going to be a tiny bit of a tech test, I guess. YouTube just introduced, at least for my channel, the ability to stream simultaneously horizontal and vertical with basically no work on my end. It's just like a setting. And it'll unify the chats. Because even if you did like stream, at the same time, it wouldn't be in the same chat. So let's see. I want to see what happens if I click on it on my phone. Okay, on my phone, it is horizontal. I have no idea how I would get to it in the shorts area. Well, we might have some new bees, some new folks. I don't know how to find it vertically. I'm just like swiping shorts now. But I guess if you're here from shorts, hello. What's up? How you doing? And also hello to Amarok and John and Daniel and G. Hercub. Hello, everybody. We're going to do part 2 of episode 92 of our longtime series, Critical Eyes. Hello. If you're new here, this is Critical Eyes. My name is Megaphone Man. This is where I watch through Critical Role for the very first time. I've never seen Critical Role. I had never seen an actual play in general before starting this show. So I'm coming in with fresh eyes, but I've been DMing for a very long time. And we watch through, we talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, what we can take away for our tables, what is maybe better to leave at the Critical Role table. Not because it's bad, but just because it works for actual plays and not for home tables. And that's what we do here. I think that's it. And look, sometimes I give a takeaway on the part 2. Sometimes I don't. I do have it's a small takeaway, but it's something for the first part of episode 92, which is, and this is opinion based, so if you interpret the beginning of this episode differently, that's totally fine. But it very much comes off to me like Matt had kind of a different intention for how this arc was going to start. It seemed like he had a different intention for kind of what he wanted the players to do, or at least what he had kind of planned for them to do. And to me, it looks like he pivoted between episodes 91 and 92, and I think he pivoted in a fantastic way. I really, really loved the contract, especially. I think the contract is one of the best prepped, or not one of the best prepped things, one of the best prepped things that I've seen kind of in Critical Role in general. I thought it was a really masterful stroke. And a really, really nice, again, in my opinion, sort of pivot. It does not seem like this devil and that deal was at least prepped to this amount of depth before episode 91. It seems like, maybe the devil existed in some capacity in the background, but I don't think he had that contract before episode 91. And I think it was a really, really great example of Matt adapting to just the reality of what his players were doing, regardless of, anything that you might think about what the players did or didn't do. I think Matt showed really, really good adaptability between 91 and 92 to not just, because I'll tell you, I'm stubborn. Sometimes, and like too stubborn a lot of the time. It is not entirely uncommon or unlikely for me to try to force it down mid. When my players are not getting something, a lot of times I will just kind of leave them to the wolves. And sometimes I think that's good and important. I think it's important to like let them kind of take their time and let them kind of hit the walls a little bit to make them stretch and grow. But other times, you do need to adapt. You do need to adapt. You need to change your plans for just the reality of what is going to make a fun session. And that's, a fun session of an actual play or a fun session for one of our home games. Sometimes you just got to adapt. And so I was impressed is the wrong word, but I really liked that moment. And that, to me, sort of strategic prep from Matt there. Yeah. Also, I have not seen C4 Ep 2 yet. If we're being honest, this is a little embarrassing. I haven't finished Ep 1 yet. It's tough, it's long, and there's so much detail and lore. And, like, I gotta be taking notes, which means I kind of gotta be at my setup, so I can't, like, watch it on the couch. I can't watch it casually. It's really good. It's really good. It's just that, like, it's just work, unfortunately. Like, I've been watching Mob Psycho 100 in my personal time. I'm not watching it for content. I'm not planning on making any video about it or anything. And I watched Mob Psycho 100 like 2 days ago and the day before that. And I could only like briefly and like vaguely convey the plot of what happened. And I definitely couldn't get into like my opinions about like specific character motivations or anything like that. Or like, strategic storytelling, because I'm just chilling. I'm just relaxing while I watch that. Whereas like C2, I'm enjoying it. It's fun and it's satisfying, but it's not relaxing, unfortunately. So I kind of got to do it during the workday while I'm doing other work. And it's not, or C4, sorry, not C2, C4. Yeah. But it's really good. It's like, I'm very excited about it. I am far more immediately excited for C4 than I was for Age of Umbra, for example. And even Fantasy High. Like, I thought Fantasy High had a pretty solid start. But it's, that sort of teenage high school slice of life has never been my thing, even when I was in high school. And would have found that the most relatable. Whereas high political intrigue with this, like, Mistborn Kelsier revolutionary, charismatic revolutionary type in Thiazi Fang. Ooh. That's my fucking shit, man. That's exactly the kind of thing that I would be watching in my free time. So I'm stoked on it. I just got to get a better workflow for it. I got to figure out like what I can and can't do during the actual episode that will still leave me like paying enough attention to be able to then like note down points where I want to make a video, things like that. Like I want to make a video about like, the stealthy message cantrip that Luis hid inside of the detect magic ritual, where he didn't end up casting the detect magic ritual. He was just pretending. That was, to me, like the gold standard of what stealthy casting should look like. It was incredible. I loved it. And so like I want to make a video about that. I've started like scripting that out, but yeah, it just means that I got to pay more attention than I would if I was just watching casually. Did you notice the character stats oddness? Also, how many characters did you meet? Yeah, I saw in the Discord someone posted that they're doing like 5d6 drop lowest or some shit, like something incredibly heroic for the stat spread generation. That's fine, whatever. It definitely, it results in higher stats, which if you want a very like heroic sort of power fantasy tone for your game, absolutely. That's a way to go towards that tone. It's not my thing, but go for it. I don't really have a ton of hard opinions on how you generate initial stats. Even within my own games, I'm pretty damn flexible on on doing what people want to do. I just, want my players at my tables, any tables I play at, whatever, to be like just aware of what the effect that different stat spreads and different spread generation methods will have. Because I think that they do have some like substantial effects on the tone of the game. What? Okay, fair. It's amazing. It is amazing. It's really good. I'm very excited. I do a casual watch without stopping, then go back and do a different notes run. That's fair. I think that's definitely a fair way to ingest it. The initial casual run, like, honestly, I might consider doing something like that. Maybe I'll test it out because my instincts are that wouldn't work well for me, but I don't have any like actual like cerebral reason that it would not work well. So maybe it would. Who knows? Yeah. How far are you into the ep? I want to make a comment, but I don't want to spoil. Look, at this point, it's my fault. If you spoil something, that's all good. I am operating, and I'm allowing the Discord to operate as if I am caught up to live. So don't worry about that. I will say, I think I'm like 2 hours into the first episode. I'm hoping to finish it up this weekend. But yeah. Lol. You mean funerals are not relaxing for you? Yeah, something about a wake and an execution isn't super chillaxing. Oh man. As long as the players are on the same level, you can always inflate shit on the back end. Yeah, kind of. Like, I think that there are, tonal differences between the numbers that ultimately result from the dice roll and like what you set your DCs at. But all of it is relative. So like I'm never worried about the challenge and like that being off. I'm more focused on like, okay, are they a really high stat spread and I'm going to keep my DCs normal and because I want them to feel very proficient, very heroic, very successful, and just have those occasional moments of failure? Do I spike up my DCs and thereby like introduce more difficult challenges more consistently? Is the world just very dangerous, or are they taking on something particularly dangerous? Yeah, it's all super manageable. It just depends on like what kind of campaign you even want to run. Higher stats, but have you met Laura yet? I have not. Oh boy. The only problem is when the players are wildly imbalanced versus each other. That's true, which is why like my general default is point buy. I love point buy. Like, if someone wants to do not point buy, I just, I have a few different method generations that will get around the same like averages as point buy. And if they really want to do something that will give them higher averages than point buy, then we talk to the rest of the players. But I've never had a player want to do that. Spoiler, Brennan dies. So the Warlock main loves C4, no surprise. What? I don't know what you're referring to with that. What are you talking about? If you do a casual watch first, it almost helps notes because you get a feel for if this random NPC is important to know. Well, that's my issue, Delphi. That's my issue. Is that I think one of the ways in which I am able to take good notes in general is that I write down people and places and things that don't seem to matter at first. And I think that's one of the things that makes me good at theorizing, but it might not be worth it, honestly. That's what I really have to debate. Right now, my strat is that I'm just like writing down all of the proper nouns into like stub articles, and then I'm going to look them up on the wiki afterward. So it's like I wrote down all of the character names, but I'm not writing down their descriptions because I can get that off of the wiki. So I'm trying to keep my note-taking concise so that I can keep it at a somewhat normal pace, my watch. But it still, requires that focus. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad someone mentioned the way stats were rolled because I was watching it. I was getting concerned that the stats were too high. Didn't know they used an alt stat roll method. Yeah, I don't remember what the average ended up being. I think someone posted it in the Discord. Posted the average roll values where... Aha, yes. Let me open this link. This is what people... Now, I did not verify this, so, hopefully it's correct. I think it probably is. It seems reasonable to me. But yeah, doing 5d6, drop the 2 lowest. This is ostensibly what that would look like. Oh, shit, I can't... my face is being covered. Hello. What's up? Let me just move that. Okay. I swapped myself and chat on the screen because this is a better vertical layout. We're going to try out the vertical. We're going to see how it goes. I don't know. But yeah, this is apparently the averages. So the highest likelihood, like the most likely value for any of the stats to be before any riders. So before any pluses from your backgrounds or species or anything is a 14. But like 15, 16, 17 are relatively likely. Like it's definitely not that unlikely to be rolling pretty damn high. And then it kind of tapers off as you go. But yeah, it was definitely we haven't really seen them. I think this overture is a good idea, but I haven't seen them really doing what they're doing yet. So I don't know how much Brennan is, I guess, accounting for that higher stat spread, but we'll see. Okay. Let me go to the time code, the timestamp, 5526. 5526. Careful, May hasn't met Laura's character yet. It's fine. Don't worry about it. For C4, I'm hands off on spoilers. I should be caught up. If I'm not, that's my fault. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's see. I'm glad someone... Okay. Oh, also someone mentioning I have probably 1,000 hours watched at this point. I do need to update that at some point. I have an easy method to do it. It just takes work. It takes some cognitive attention, I suppose. Oh, 1 second. I'm running a background process. I want to make sure it's not spiking my computer resources. It's not. Hooray. It's not. There's some processes I think I can run in the background, but this is... I'm ingesting a bunch of past stream transcripts. So I went out and found all of the transcripts and or all of my own content pieces through the YouTube data API, and then I'm downloading all of it to my computer because YouTube is very they don't make retrieving their data all that easy, which is fine. That's fair. I don't mind. Okay. Is that your secret project? Oh, the thing that I just flashed on screen? It's not a secret. I just can't go into too many of the details. But yes, this is one of the views at least. Or this is one of the functionalities of Megamind. So this is how I get all of the data in. So like all of these are like my various broadcast IDs that like if you go to any past VOD, you'll be able to see. That's like the URL. This is in it. And so that's how I get all of the data onto the machine. And then, and I need to re-download it all because I corrupted the database. Woo! I hate database management. It's my Achilles heel. I feel like I should be better at it, and I'm not. I don't understand SQL. I feel like I should. I feel like I get it, and then I malformed the database. So I had to build out a whole thing just to like ingest all of the data at once because I kept malforming the database so often. Ay, ay, ay. SQL is weird objectively. Yeah. It's weird in a way that I feel like I should understand, but god damn do I not. I'm always confident until the moment I mess it up. And then I'm like, oh no, what happened? Having started watching C4, I really wish Mega could react to it in the same format as Cries. Look, I won't say I didn't think about it. It is still technically on the table. It's just, I would say it's pretty unlikely. Unless the sessions, like, I'm waiting to make a firm decision until I've watched more of the show, and especially until after they split apart into the different tables. Once they split apart into the different tables, I'll make a more firm decision. But the episodes would have to be damn short. If I was gonna do that, I would need to be able to like watch them in one day, and that doesn't seem likely. But so you're saying there's a chance? I'm saying there's a chance. I'd say I have like 5 to 7 different formats I'm considering, and that is one of them. That is one of them. It's just not, I would say it's not a high likelihood. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Unless I slowed down C1. If I slowed down C1 considerably, I could do it, but that is not a decision I would make lightly. Yeah. It's unfortunate timing, honestly. If we were in between C1 and C2 right now, I would legitimately consider slowing down the normal Cries to prioritize C4, but I'm not going to slow down C1 right now. So there's also a chance that it happens in the future. I'm trying really hard not to marry myself too hard to a particular format for C4. And I'm trying really hard not to marry myself too hard to C4 in general. I had a lot of really ambitious and really big ideas that I ended up cutting because I don't want to be just the Critical Role guy, even though I do want to do C4 and I want to keep doing C1 and eventually C2. I also want to leave myself time to do other things as well. So I don't want to be too ambitious or tie myself too heavily to C4. So, which I got. I'm very lucky to have gotten that advice from a different creator, because I was trying to recruit several different creators to a much bigger, ambitious project, and one of them was like, "Hey, man, what happens when you get like 2 months into it and you don't like it?" Like, I'm not saying that'll happen, but like, what if that happens? Like, you're lucky that you liked C1, but like, you know, it'll make it really hard to stay caught up. And I was like, yeah, it will. And catching back up on Age of Umbra was terrible. When I missed 1 week, catching back up was awful. And like trying to like get back to live, not good. It's easier with C1 because there's no like catching back up. Like if I just skip a week, I'm just where I was. So there's no like extra work that piles up if I fall behind, theoretically. Because I'm sure someone in the Discord might know. Do not go through the trouble of calculating it. But I think if I had to catch up on all of the times, like I had to like do double the effort to catch up all of the times that I've skipped a week of C1, oh my god, I would owe like 6 months of streams. It would be ridiculous. So those are sort of the thoughts running through my head. But I mean, so far from what I've seen, I'm really enjoying it. Even when I'm just watching the episodes, I have definitely fallen behind live in both C2 and C3, and it's difficult catching up. Yeah, like it's already like, you know, it's not that hard, but it's like a marginal effort to stay live. And if you fall behind, it's just, got to really dedicate yourself to catching up. So, anyways, that's, yeah. Why does it say go live? I'm live. God, I had like a moment where I thought I wasn't live, but then I've been chatting with people because OBS just has an incorrect label on one of its buttons. That happens to me at least once every campaign. Yeah, exactly. And I don't want to, you know, it's one thing when it's, you know, something you're casually engaging in or something that you're engaging in like for fun or to talk about with people. It's another thing when you start to like tie your livelihood to it, and then there's like additional pressures, and it can be a little bit tough. So I still have a pretty big ambitious format that is in theory more work than Critical Eyes, and that is still in the running because it's just that cool, but that one's also probably unlikely. It would involve a brand new channel. Whoa. But anyways, any hoosers, I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I don't think there's any housekeeping or anything. Only real housekeeping, I guess. I sort of mentioned it to the Discord, but YouTube just put out some new features. Some new live specific features. And I don't remember all the ones that would be relevant. I actually don't think there was some they're introducing side-by-side ads. I actually don't think that any will come up this stream. Let me know if they do. Because I need to have the stream on normal latency, and I have it on ultra low normally. Maybe I'll test normal latency on a different stream, but probably not going to be able to do those. But then also, I mentioned that we're live in vertical, and there was something else, something else that would have been relevant to you guys. Oh no, what is it? I've already forgotten. Wait, live stream to members only. Oh yeah, this might be a thing that comes up at some point. You can now switch a live stream between the different visibility modes mid-stream without having to like end it. So maybe we'll end up introducing like something like the Critical Eyes cooldowns, or not Critical Eyes, Critical Role cooldowns. Obviously, I don't think they're gonna put those on YouTube even behind a membership unless they like, I don't know, switch to like a dropout model where like they have Beacon, but then they also have YouTube memberships. I don't know. But something like the Beacon cooldown, maybe. But I don't know. I don't have any particular plans, but now that's maybe a possibility, is that I might have some like members only stuff mid-stream, or probably not mid-stream, but like at the end of stream. But yeah, I liked your AOU format with basically open discussion during the live. Yeah, I mean, that's also on the table. Yeah. We're gonna have to see. It really depends on what the normal episodes end up looking like. But I think we're ready to start at 30 minutes, no less. Not even that close to a break. We're rocking and rolling today. Let's make it happen.
So, man.
I don't think we're going into the dungeon today. Or in this session. I think it'll continue to be like some prep stuff. But if we do go into the dungeon, I'm excited. And if we don't, I'm excited for 93 when we go into the dungeon. We haven't had a good crawl in a while, and I'm a huge fan of dungeons. Which is something we haven't talked about all that often because they really haven't had like a real dungeon since like the Emberhold. But I talked about it, I've talked about it before. The Emberhold is where like I started really loving Critical Eyes. And not to say that like, I haven't loved it since. I've very much loved it since. But that was that kind of spike was really good for like getting me into the series, and I'm excited to go back to some dungeon analysis. So, with that, let's get into it.
Bring it back in. So you guys have signed a contract. What are you doing to prep?
Signed a contract.
Go to sleep.
You are locked in.
Go to sleep.
Prep anything?
Only
our
one of
plan?
us is locked in.
Well, what's our plan? We go and we fucking try to stealth as much as fucking possible and kill a fucking pit fiend.
Stealth and kill a pit fiend. Done it before. We can do it again. Okay, I'm confident.
How did we do it?
about this plan.
Wait. Let's just remember. How did we do it last time?
How did we do it last?
We
We
stabbed it a
bumblefucked
bunch.
our way into it, got
Yeah.
super lucky.
And Bumble fucked our way out of it.
Was
I
he weak
remember
to
there being
anything
some
that we remember?
strategy.
Nope.
Nothing?
But he was extremely frightening.
And smart.
Oh, so
Very
definitely
smart.
do a
And
feast.
poison.
Yeah.
I can.
Okay, we'll do a feast beforehand.
Nope, I can't.
You guys technically are still under the effects of a feast.
Yeah, but we won't be when we go to fight him.
Depends on how soon you get there.
No, but
We're sleeping.
The feast lasts for 24 hours.
so if we rest,
You guys, it's been probably, if you start resting fairly soon, it will have been maybe 4 to 5 hours after you used this or ate the feast. With the 8 hours full rest, you're still looking at almost a half a day left. Up to you.
All right.
Up to you.
Heck.
Yeah. Let's
I will say, because I have mentioned before, or I've talked before about how difficult managing time is in D&D. I think it is one of the biggest weaknesses of the system, truly. I think a lot of other weaknesses in at least 5e, in D&D 5e, are downstream of the fact that it is incredibly difficult, or maybe not even difficult, but it is like all on the DM to manage the time. And something that I have been testing out in my home game has been breaking up the day into 4 segments. So morning, afternoon, evening, night. 4 8-hour segments. And when they do substantial stuff, they have like a substantial roleplay scene that, takes maybe an hour or two, real life. Or when they do a substantial bit of travel, I will just tick the clock by 1 segment. So we almost never talk about it in terms of hours, because almost every spell that takes multiple hours, it kind of goes from like, a couple of seconds to a couple of minutes up in like ritual territory. And then it goes to like 1 hour. And then it goes up to like 8, 24, multiple days. So breaking it up into 8-hour time segments covers most scenarios, where it's like, even if it's an 8-hour spell, like, or, an 8-hour long rest, that just ticks 1 segment on essentially the clock. And that is, I have found, been really nice. I don't even think the players notice it, but I notice it a lot as the DM, of how much smoother our time communication is than if we're trying to litigate individual hours. Because I think that is, at least that was more common at my tables, and that's mostly I feel like how Matt handles it is kind of an hour by hour, sometimes, half hour by half hour sort of measurement. And that's fine, whatever works for you as a DM. This is more of a reporting, live, fresh off the streets. I've been finding just tracking it through 8-hour segments to be really, really smooth and to feel pretty good within the fiction. It never feels like not never, but I rarely feel like, too much time or too little time is passing relative to their actions. So live reporting. And this is like a good example of, it's easy for us to talk about tomorrow morning, tomorrow evening. And I feel like it's easier for them to understand kind of exactly, or I think they get a more intuitive feel of how much time they have between things when it's separated into these segments. Sort of almost the difference between we were talking yesterday about like XP versus milestone. It's sort of milestone-esque, where it's just a much tighter abstraction, much less granularity, I guess, much less, individual steps. And I find that very smooth. It's like that estimation scheme that used the Fibonacci sequence. That was poorly worded. Hopefully you know it. I don't, but I can assume. I know what the Fibonacci sequence is. I don't know of any estimation scheme related to it. But I can believe it. But anyways, and I would definitely encourage any DM, as you're thinking about it, and it might be something to bring up in session 0. I brought it up in our session 0 of how do we want to handle the passage of time? Because it is broadly something that in D&D is only referenced in spells and in rests. And in downtime. But downtime is not ubiquitously used or implemented. So, yeah, within, I think, more standard play, it's rests and it's magic. And so it's how do we want to handle time in role play? How do we want to handle travel time? That sort of stuff. I think is a good discussion to have in session 0.
Do it.
I for one, am going to have some sleepy time tea.
What are you having?
Some
I
warm
lost a
milk.
lot of hit points actually today. I could use a recharge.
Warm milk of the dam.
All that thinking.
All right, let's go to sleep.
Need your Cheerios, bud.
All right, you guys have an evening's rest in the second layer of hell within the Iron City of Dis.
Are the beds
one hit
painfully
die.
hot?
The beds are warm. They're very toasty. It's like trying to fall asleep in the middle of the summer in the valley with no air conditioning. It can be done, but you're sweaty and it's not very comfortable.
Wet the sheets.
The whole experience.
Maybe, yeah.
I have someone fanning me the entire night. Yes.
It does help somewhat. You're the most comfortable sleeper in the entire group. All right, I need all of you guys to roll a wisdom saving throw. If you don't mind.
At advantage though, right? Because of
Because of
the hero speed.
That's correct.
We're smart even in
Natural
our
20.
sleep.
Natural 20 here as well.
What? Shut up.
Louise.
Ooh, I got a 17 and an 18.
Nice.
That's pretty damn good.
That'll
So-
do. Wisdom saving?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely, Amarok. There's all sorts of ways to, I don't think that managing time is, how do I say this? It's not even necessarily that it's difficult. That might have been the way that I just phrased it. It's not even necessarily that it is difficult. It's more just that managing time is just all on the DM. The system provides very light guidance on it, except in places where it's very strict. But the actual passage of time, especially outside of combat, it's very important. It's very systematized in combat. There's no this round is going to be 12 seconds, and this round is going to be 30 seconds. This round is going to be 6, right? The DM isn't dynamically deciding how long a round of combat is. A round of combat, 6 seconds. But outside of combat and outside of rests, it is all up to the DM to decide. It's all up to the DM on dynamically deciding how long things take. So it is absolutely, and the system leaves the DM wide open to do whatever the fuck they want. Right? The DM in D&D 5e has like pretty unlimited power. In that there's not very much guidance. So there's not even like guide rails to even softly constrain the DM, or at least not as many. So you can do a lot of things to manage it. My advice is more centered on like, think through it, think about how it's going to affect your game, especially on like a broad scale. I think what you're talking about here of like taking too much time having consequences, I think that's really, really good for things like exploration or social encounters. So things where it is a challenge in a similar way that like combat is a challenge. And there's kind of like possibly multiple win, multiple loss states. I think that taking additional time in those sorts of circumstances, having consequences, is very, very good. I think it's one of the initial places your mind should go as a DM. The thing that I was struggling a lot with before this campaign was how long do I tick the clock if the players are like, we want to repair our boat, you know? Or, you know, we've had a very like they've walked across the city and they've had a consequential meeting with their patron and they're gonna go walk somewhere else after this. Like, how much fictional time do I narrate as passing between the start of that and the end of that, right? How long does walking across the city take? Do I really want to get into the nitty-gritty of travel pace? Do I want to need to know the distance of my city? Because, like, all of the cities that I'm running in my home game right now, I could not tell you how many miles across they are. I don't know. I haven't measured. I just make it like, if there's something substantial, the morning's gone. You know, you went through your morning and now you're in your afternoon. So, you know, you walked to the meeting, you had the meeting, you walked to the next thing. That all took the morning. And the morning is 1 8-hour segment. So that's the part that I had more, not even trouble with, but like friction related to. But I think you bring up a very good point in that similar vein of like, the DM is responsible for managing that time at all levels. Or at a lot of levels, at least. The first time someone is killed off screen because the party was slow really sets a tone they aren't likely to forget. Yeah, if you want them to be, especially if you want to pressure them to like act quickly and to get out of analysis paralysis or get out of like their own heads thinking too much, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Roof collapses, everyone dies. Everyone? I don't know about everyone, but maybe some people. That's fine. I was considering changing the X hours effect to until short rest, until long rest. Sure. Yeah. If you want to break this out even more, yeah, absolutely. That could work. Until long rest, until short rest, until next dawn. I don't really like until next dawn that much, personally. I would do it to the rest. But there's tons of precedent for exactly that sort of thing. So I think that would make a lot of sense with, especially, I mean, you think about some of the things that they changed in Baldur's Gate 3. Something like, I don't think they changed jump. I think there's a mod that changes jump. But something like jump, I could see until next short rest. Long strider. If you want, long strider might be too powerful, honestly. But some of those things that it's annoying to keep track of, until short rest works perfectly. Yeah. Absolutely. For me, that's an appeal of the system rather than a bug. I don't think it is. I think it is both. Honestly, I think it's an upside and a downside. Like having that degree of control as a DM is super cool. And like I've heard, someone's linked to me before, Brennan Lee Mulligan, talking about how he, likes playing in D&D because he doesn't like thinking about the nitty-gritty of combat. And D&D takes care of that for him. But he likes an extreme amount of control over social. And D&D, we could say, generously encourages the DM to take a very active role in social. Less generously, we could say it forces a DM to have an extreme amount of thought and control over social exploration, stuff like that. And so I do think it really depends on what exactly you're into. Like, I, for example, am very into faction management, but I don't like that I have to do literally everything for managing factions in D&D. I like Blades in the Dark's faction management system. I like that a lot. I don't, another good example, I don't like managing resource utilization between long rests. There are DMs out there that might find that incredibly engaging. I can absolutely believe it. Like people that really like fine-tuning and determining like resource expenditure between long rests, and like planning out the days in front of the players. I don't like that. That's not my sort of thing. So I really like Daggerheart's fear and hope system. The fact that fear naturally at least has like a level of auto balancing, where every long rest you're gaining an amount of fear when they rest, you're gaining an average amount of fear whenever they roll, and you use fear to up the challenge of things. That is like a very simple auto balancing system. It doesn't, completely auto balance everything, but it's kind of a natural auto balancing pressure throughout the entire game. And there are DMs that might not fuck with that, There are DMs that might want to take like really fine detail control over their balancing, especially between long rests. I'm not one of those DMs. So I really like the fear system because of that. It takes that responsibility away from me. Whereas like the nitty gritty of D&D combat, I like, but I could do with it being a little bit lighter. That would be fine with me. Wouldn't really change my opinion one way or the other. So I'm in pretty full agreement that I think it is really DM dependent for this sort of thing. When I said earlier that it's like I think a lot of issues in D&D are downstream of the lack of time management guidance, I don't necessarily mean like inherent bugs, more like the problems that I commonly observe or that people commonly talk about or commonly ask for advice about. I think it's I think maybe you could say that some of the common complaints of the system are downstream of the time management thing, or the lack of fine detail, or not fine detail, but the lack of robust time management guidelines or support. That is not to say that every person will complain about those things or find them troublesome. Yeah. 1 hour casting time is actually kind of insane. Think of a simple activity, then imagine it doing it constantly for 60 minutes. Just thinking about it makes me tired. I agree. I am full on with you. A lot of it's funny. A lot of like casting stuff in D&D and like in a lot of fictional systems winds up being like a lot of it is cool, and especially the results and the effects of it are very cool. But a lot of magic systems, if you like really think about needing to do them, are kind of boring. Like even something like witchcraft, you know, like brewing ingredients or having very component based rituals. You have to remember a lot of recipes, and like you probably have to do a lot of like mundane shopping just to be able to like do your magic. And that's probably, and like artificery probably requires a lot of really boring math. So yeah, I think there's a lot of magic systems, and especially D&D's magic system, where if you think about it too hard, it does become a little boring. Yeah, a little tedious. 1 minute casting time seems too wild for my ADHD brain. I imagine the longer casting times is preparing a ritual, like drawing a magic circle, preparing ingredients. Yeah, sure, probably. Even that, though, I mean, and I do think it would probably depend. Like Pharaoh is saying, brewing potions sounds fun, but I like baking. There would probably be a heavy personality component to, like, who even goes into magic, just, like, do they like the tedious parts about it? Because I would not fuck with brewing potions in real life because I don't like cooking or baking. But in games, I love that sort of shit. So, who knows?
18.
All right.
11.
Okay.
32.
Advantage?
Yeah.
Vax?
16.
Okay. You guys all awaken, rested, as, you know, in the similar way you rested after being, you know, out open under the night sky on the side of a road in a campsite. You know, it's not the best rest, but it's enough to at least continue with some wind back in your sails. Other than that, you are feeling a little bit hungry.
How am I feeling?
You're feeling fine.
Don't we still have some rations that we've been carrying around with us for quite some time?
I mean, yeah, we have a lot of stuff in the bag of coding.
Do we have any souls?
The stuff downstairs is really not that bad.
No souls in the bag of coding,
Is
but
it not
we
that
do
bad, or is it
have
actually just slightly above awful?
we do have
Yes,
half
okay.
a thing of boar meat and some grain, just some random grain, which I think is like oatmeal, oats maybe,
Put some
but
hot
like
water on it. And
all water is.
All water years. That's true. What's up, Perfect Fan? How you doing? We're about to go on a break. I don't know how many seconds we have left, because I did not check when I approved it. So we're about to go on a break here in a moment, and then we will go to ads for a sec, and then I will be right back after having done that to go get some water, dehydrate. My desk thing is broken. Well, it's not broken. I needed to clean out the hose, and then I started to clean the hose, and I realized I just needed a new hose because I did not clean it regularly enough. What's up? We're back. And let's just get right into it. Let's just do it.
Yeah, a bit of that. That's fair.
I'm gonna sit the boar meat down on the ground and kind of cook it a little bit.
And actually, it cooks pretty easily. There are portions of the iron metal, especially on the bottom floor, that
I'm going to use the gun barrel to kind of sear it a
Cannot
bit.
be
Yeah, mix
sanitary.
like real nuts on that thing.
Yeah.
All right, and you managed to cook a decent. And even the boar meat's been frozen for a while, so
Yeah,
it's
took a
not the
while.
best, but it's better than bone splinter meat chunks.
Or
Hey.
eating souls.
Also viable.
Does that use up all of the boar meat that we, or is that, am I down to like a quarter of a boar meat now?
How much did you have?
Half a boar meat? I have no idea what that means.
Half a boar meat. Half a boar between all of you guys, including Grog's appetite. I'd say that's about
It's
it.
gone.
That boar's gone.
Damn it.
That's like Super Nintendo lingo. I have half a
That's
boar
the
meat.
worst eraser.
You know, we had
It
dry
just
food,
made
right?
like a pink smudge across the page
Oh,
instead of.
no.
Oh, that's the worst.
I'm
Like
sorry.
semi-right.
No, this one's good.
Not
Edward.
that.
Wow, we just had like a very Oregon Trail moment. I'm proud of us.
Look at us using rations.
We've never done that before.
That's not since the beginning, yeah. Alrighty.
All right, where do we find this? Oh, wait, did Zara, Vasa spend the night with us?
No.
Where is Vasa?
You have no idea.
Downstairs, I assume.
All right, should we go downstairs and find Vasa? Because that's who's going to lead us to this place, right?
Yeah.
Vasa!
That's,
Vasa!
don't speak so loudly.
Well,
here.
you said not to whisper.
I didn't say not to
Don't
listen.
make a
Whisper.
scene either. It's
Yeah,
important.
it's just,
Act natural.
Just be as cool and calm as possible.
Yes, act natural. Don't act natural. Be
I
as
think
cool
he's
as calm
doing
as
that,
possible.
unfortunately.
I'm always cool.
That's the spirit. Just like that.
Good acting.
Do we see the imp downstairs anymore?
As you head downstairs, you do notice that Ipkesh is sitting at one of the chairs in the far end of the bar. The usual keeper of the establishment is not currently there. There are nobody else in the bottom portion. It is empty, and the imp, Fasa, is currently resting on the shoulder of Ipkesh as you approach.
Close it down for a bit, did you?
Just to be safe. Best not to have individuals knowing of our presence arrangements or your group exit applying to me.
I will also say, actually, very relevant to what Matt just said, of like best not to have anything, with your group associating back with me. I have been thinking about more distinct minions for villains, or actually for really any figure of power lately. It's pretty rare. I mean, honestly, it's pretty rare that I have a villain in my campaign as such. Period. Most often, if there is any sort of villain, it is just the leader of the villainous organization. And that organization or that faction is the more like true villain. But I do have kind of a more kind of distinct and bespoke villain. And in the past, the few times I have had those, I've often done the sort of 3 lieutenants approach, where it's like there's the one villain and then there's the 3 lieutenants down below them, and you kind of have to fight each lieutenant before you can get up to the villain. Very, very, I would say standard within like heroic storytelling. But I've been slowly experimenting with more minion-based stuff. Kind of like they're having with Vasa and Ipkesh. Specifically because in times where the villain needs to know something, or just a figure of authority, a figure of power, or a person of power needs to know something or do something or lead something somewhere, it is very rare and very complicated if they go themselves. And there's a lot of accommodations you have to make as the storyteller to facilitate it to where they even can go themselves. A lot of times it doesn't make any sense by default. But having a very weak minion go in their place is something I'm trying to work in more. It's very common in like Disney movies. You can there's a million examples of like little shitty impish villains or villainous minions that follow the party around. That's super common. Because I definitely have a problem, I've realized lately, of offering my players too direct of access to people of power or figures of authority. I definitely have a problem of like even there, it was not a villain, but there was like a what I would classify as like a person of power. So they're like not a person of power, a figure of authority. They're like the state leader of this city-state. And the party got pretty quick, direct conversational access to them. And after it happened, I was like, that was pretty damn easy for this random group to get direct access to this person. I need to more because I hadn't consciously created any like weak minion of that figure of authority. And so even the one that I improv'd, because I did improv one, it just didn't feel as deep, right? It didn't have that depth to it that, you know, some of a more flushed out character might have. And I think your players can normally tell when that is the case. And so they were very quickly just like trying to get past the minion. And frankly, they did so relatively well. And I kind of just let them because I didn't have a very fleshed out minion for them to interact with. And I kind of wanted them to get to the more fleshed out character because that is like what I had planned and prepped out for that session is like their conversation. But there are definitely situations where that does not work. And I think this is one of them. And it's a really good example of like when to use a minion. Is like Ipkesh going out with them and leading them there. Even Ipkesh's bartender, like going out and leading them there, is too hot. That's gonna draw too much attention. Especially in this like surveillance state that the city of Dis seems to be. That just doesn't make sense. You would need like Ipkesh to take on like an illusory persona. He would have to have like disguised self. And then that brings into question shapeshifters and illusions, and that gets the players all paranoid. I speak from experience. And so there's a lot of times where you don't want that to be the case, and we're having a little impy, lanky minion is very useful. And I'm trying to get better at like building those out more, building out their personalities a bit more. And I have one that I'm working on right now that I think is pretty good. But yeah, like just generally like building out those weaker characters that are subordinates. I tend to think in terms of like organizations and factions, independents, and like leaders. I very rarely think in terms of subordinates to leaders or subordinates to individuals or subordinates within factions. I very rarely think in those terms. I'm trying to get better at it because this I think is a perfect example of when it's needed and when it like is the best solution to the problem. Yeah. The little round guy and the little lanky guy. Yeah, exactly. From from Hercules. What is it? Pain and Chaos and Pain? I don't remember what their names are. But yeah. You say heroic storytelling, I say Team Rocket. I'd say Pokemon, at least the stories of the Pokemon games and of the TV show, frankly, is heroic storytelling. I'd say Pokemon is pretty classical heroic storytelling. Yeah. Panic and pain. That's right. Bartok, sure. How do you handle PCs being disrespectful to NPCs with high positions / standings? My PCs are generally not disrespectful to them. And maybe it's because I've been pretty harsh on them, but like I will just close it off. I normally won't, or how do I say it? My default, at least, is making the consequence a loss of access. And because I don't have a lot of subordinates or underlings or like other access ramps into that information, at least by default, if they're rude to a person, to an NPC with a high position and standing, and they just lose access to that person, the person just kicks them out and says, you can't talk to me anymore, then they that is just a consequence in and of itself. Especially if that NPC is integral to the plot in any way. Not being able to talk to them anymore is a consequence. And if they, if the NPC says, hey, you need to get out of here, and they like refuse to leave, now we're in like morality check territory. Like, if they're going to disrespect and ignore this figure of authority's sovereignty or autonomy or authority, then they're probably going to lose access to other figures of authority that aren't there as they develop this reputation. So I normally just fucking let them get away with it, honestly, in the moment, but it's not going to go well for them long term. Even in that first interaction, one interaction does not make a reputation, but it certainly starts one, and you have to start actively disproving it. If it was just a one-time thing, if it was just a fluke. So normally I let them have their one. They can get away with doing it once. The guards probably aren't powered. I guess depending on the settlement or depending on the organization, maybe the guards would be powered individuals. But most of the time they're not. So there's no one that can really stop the PCs. And if the PCs just like murder everyone, that's a reputation that they're getting. Yeah. So I would say I mostly handle it in long-term ripples and consequences. But there's rarely consequences right in the moment, I would say. At least, again, that's my default. There's exceptions. There's absolutely exceptions. I love doing some version of this. I have them meet a big bad in a tavern before they have a clue that it's the big bad. See if they remember 15 sessions later. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Basically, there's consequences for being a dick. Absolutely, yeah. Like, that's what I say, if we get into morality check territory where, like, the figure of authority has told them to knock it off or told them to leave, and they don't, yeah, we're into, like, okay, you're defining your party morality in a piece, at least a piece of it, which is that you're dicks to figures of authority. That is going to affect how figures of authority view you in the long term. So it might honestly be worth it in this moment. Like, in this moment, if they're stonewalling you, it might be worth it to be a dick. But that's going to possibly shut off some opportunities later on. And I will let you know. In fiction. I will bring it back up. Don't believe you me.
You can introduce us to your little friend there.
You did. It's Vasar. It's the guy.
I know
with
his
the
name, thank you.
Visar will be able to bring you to your location. Visar's mastery is in not being seen and keeping beneath the eyes of the Whisperers. Visar will not be able to aid you in confrontation, for Visar is as strong as the parchment you signed yesterday.
Any luck on those other materials? Silent spell or two?
Mm-hmm. And he pulls within like a small satchel on the side of his long black and purple robe, this small leather case that is locked on one side. As he pulls it open and reveals this very, very tightly wound piece of parchment and hands it over. This is a silent spell. I could not procure two, unfortunately. But this will aid you.
The Whisperers you speak of.
Mm-hmm.
Do they see through illusions?
The Whisperers...
I can't. I don't know when this conversation is going to be over, so I gotta pause it now and talk about that. Holy shit. Holy shit in a good way. Matt? Like, they are level, 17-ish? They're solidly a tier 4 party. What level is Silence? Silence D&D 5e. Is it second or first? It's not third, I'll tell you that. Second level spell. They have been able Bard, Cleric, Ranger. Fucking Vex can cast Silence. Well, they don't have a Bard or Cleric anymore. But if Ashley were here or if Scanlan were here, they'd easily be able to cast Silence, right? That is not, like, if you got that with absolutely no context, if that was just, out of the blue, they're not preparing for anything, if they just got that, they would be like, oh, okay. Second level spell scroll, sure. I don't know. It's, like, for a tier 4 party, a second level spell scroll is not nothing, but it's near nothing. But with everything that I noted at the end of the first part of him, like, squash it before it can make any noise, highlighting that the general din of the area might help them do this unheard, saying the alarm will call the guard, and now giving them a scroll of silence is just, he is beating it into their heads. Again, this is a positive. I want to be clear. He is beating it into their heads of noise is going to be important. If you do not take care to manage your noise, it's going to be a problem and it's gonna be on you. Because the classic advice I've heard is, like, if you're giving a clue or you're trying to foreshadow something, you do it 3 times. Once because they'll miss it, twice because they'll misunderstand it, 3 times is when they'll finally get it. Matt's done it a 4th time. Matt is really trying to make sure. And if you are doing it like this, if you are going to this level of foreshadowing, I talk about foreshadowing all the time. I've talked about how I think that Matt doesn't foreshadow enough a lot of the time. If you foreshadow to this degree, you are absolutely within your right to make, like, the consequence of being loud super deadly. Totally within your right. He has been, I think, abundantly clear that sound is going to play an important role here, and even given them an extra tool, just in case, as Amarok put it, these chuckle fucks do not prepare appropriately, right? And I mean, I will even give Matt additional credit here, right? Matt is just coming off of episode 91, where, again, in my opinion, it seems like they did not pick up what he was putting down in terms of, like, going in different directions with their strategies or with their solutions, right? It seems to me as though he was trying to push them towards thinking outside the box, thinking differently than they might otherwise. And we had a conversation during the takeaway about how, like, sometimes as a DM, you just gotta tell your players when you want them to try something new or when you want them to, like, be thinking differently. And sometimes you can just do that over the table. Alternatively, you can do this. I think you can either tell them over the table or you can do this. If you are afraid, which I think Matt should be, that they're not gonna get it, they're not going to pick up on the fact that sound is important purely from the, like, environmental clues that are happening as they go into the stronghold, which, again, think it's fair for Matt to think that. This level of foreshadowing to where it is almost like choking on it, I think is an appropriate way to go with it. I think that is super appropriate. And I will heap even more praise onto Matt because, you know, I'm critical of Matt plenty. I've had people that, you know, haven't watched a lot of the streams come in before and be like, hey, you're just shitting on him. You know, go make positive content. Look, I'm just honest about what I like and don't like. And I love Matt's mindset this episode. This episode to me feels like Matt like what Matt had planned for episode 91 just did not go to plan. Similar to the Kraken episode. It seems like he was trying to do something different and it just did not work out. Hey, it happens. And this episode, to me, is one of the perfect examples of how you come out of that, of how you adjust yourself to your players and their and maybe their mindsets, right? He's kind of just given up on the previous changing their mindsets or making them think outside of the box. He's leaning into what they want. But now he's going to try to do it again. He's going to try again to push them out of their comfort zone. But this time, he is preparing them and he is pre-altering their mindset, or at least he's trying. And I think he's trying his damnedest to pre-alter their mindset so that when they actually get into it, they are much more likely to be thinking in those kind of alternative ways. Or at the very least, if they don't, they will understand why things go poorly or why things aren't going how they maybe expected. So man, I'm just this episode is repeatedly, I don't even want to call it like a growth episode. I don't know what I would call it. Pivot sounds a little bit too negatively connotated, but it's just like Matt reacting to how a previous session ran. I think this is maybe one of his best reactions. And I probably feel mostly that way because it's so quickly afterwards, so it's very easy to directly compare, and it's easy for me to draw the line. I'm sure he's had this level of sort of retrospection and, altering future sessions based on past ones. I'm sure he's had that before. But I've never been able to, it feels like at least, so clearly identify it. Because I think it's rarely this close together. But it's great. It's really great. I'm loving it. Let's bring back to the sunken tomb debate. No, I will not let you bring it back. Partially because I don't even remember what the debate was. But I'm not I'm not falling into it. No way. Tal is often cautious about making noise, knowing how loud his guns are. This is also true. This is very fair. I think Taliesin is one of the most cautious about it, but I think the other people or the other players very, very rarely think about it. So I think this will still be a good stretching of their bounds. And honestly, if we're looking at potentials to stretch their bounds, you point out something really, I think, good and relevant in that one of the players already thinks in these terms, right? So this is stretching the bounds. This is making the players think outside of the box a little bit, but only for some of them. In fact, I mean, I would say most of them in this case. But even having that single player that is still within their normal box is very good for helping keep the other players reminded of it. So you have this extreme foreshadowing. You have one player that's already normally thinking about it. That makes it very easy for the other players to think about it, to be reminded of it. So not only is, I think, all of this effort that he's going to right now good and well spent, we can also say that, like, the exact thing that he's using to stretch them, this idea of being loud or making too much noise, is a good choice specifically, right? There's no reason that being loud in this case, at least to my knowledge so far, there's no particular reason that it would be, like, really bad here, but, like, it wouldn't be bad at, like, the Kraken fight, for example, right? Like, you would assume that being loud at the Kraken fight would be just as bad, but we didn't get any foreshadowing of that, right? We didn't get the Vesra saying over and over and over, be careful about how loud you are. Be careful about how loud you are. You know, oh, the water will mute it. You know, the water will help, but you still have to be careful about your sound. You don't want to wake it up. You don't want to attract it. That would have made sense. We didn't get it because sound wasn't an important component of that encounter, but it will be an important component of this encounter. And I think it's a great choice. Yeah, man. Just nothing but praise for these moments, yeah. For this moment in particular. Number 1 celebrity protector, that's me. Famously love celebrities, Megaphone Man, yeah. Yeah, famously. Growth isn't a bad word for it. Maybe maturing, developing, maybe. Yeah, it's somewhere in there. It's somewhere in there. Development, maturity, growth, yeah. You know, anything in that kind of area where it's like looking at something you tried, I think accurately perceiving why it didn't work and doing it better next time. And I think this is much better. Yeah, 2 thumbs up.
They do not see through illusions, but they do see through invisibility.
All right.
At least, not all of them. The bigger ones, if you see any that are larger than a winged compatriot here, those are the ones to avoid.
Okay.
Bless you.
Sorry. I feel like a good idea would be to just...
Go.
Yeah. But I mean, can't we just alter selves into like little bugs or something and get in behind him?
No, it's not a polymorph spell.
I could animal shapes us there, yeah.
How many of us?
All of us.
But then you'll be down a spell.
8th level, but it could be worth it to not be seen and get the drop.
Do you think that sounds like a reasonable plan, or do you think that that's something
That sounds, if that is within your capability, that sounds very reasonable.
And Vassal could get us into the keep as insects.
Wish I could show you the way in yet.
Would be good.
Are we wasting
Yeah,
spells
so-
just to get there?
I'll spell.
No.
But it's a surprise attack.
I imagine we'd get there, do animal shapes to get through and get to him.
And then pop out and attack him right from bugness.
Yeah. Bugness Everdeen.
Okay. Oh, that was sour.
I like it.
That's
Thank
stuck.
you. Laura liked that.
With the right conditions, if we keep quiet, I can lay some pretty heavy hurt on this guy at the get-go.
Right.
If we keep quiet.
Yes.
All right.
So,
Let's bug it up then.
this is animal shapes into a... What form are you taking?
Are we doing it now or later?
And later, not now.
That's where-
Right, what form are you taking?
Let me figure that out. Who's got a player's handbook in the house?
Right here. 5-foot radius, centered on point, not on an object.
Animal shape? What are you looking at?
Oh, this is us, so I'm just going to keep
Oh.
Now, animal shapes, basically, you guys can
Looking at
become
sound
a large or smaller beast.
Larger, smaller beast, so I can't do anything.
Look, you know, fair is fair. I was critical of Marisha with a you know a particular moment of spell use in part 1 of this. I'll now be critical to Matt on the other side of it and positive on Marisha because you know right there it's like hey, we're transforming later, and he's like, okay, what shape are you taking? And she's like, oh, that's a good question. Let me grab the player's handbook. Anyone got a player's handbook on handy? That's like the perfect opportunity for you as a DM to just move on. Like, just go and start, you know, talking to other players, you know, narrating more of the scene, progressing other avenues while the player figures out that sort of thing. Because that's not really something that needs to be done by committee, right? She's looking up the spell, probably going to figure out what shapes are even possible. And she's not casting it right now, so you don't have to react right now as a DM. This is a moment where I think Matt can and should just be like, okay, yeah, just let me know whenever you find it, and then move on. So, again, fair is fair. I don't like players just guessing at what their spells do. I want them to look it up. But if a player's looking it up, and if they aren't casting it like right in the moment, move on as a DM. Let them have that time. Because they can take that time while everyone else does other things. Saves time at the table, you know?
Like we have the insects.
Microscopic?
No.
Or not microscopic, but some tiny?
I mean, bird size would be about as small as yeah.
Bird size.
Boy, that sure
Are
sounds
there
like
any?
food.
Yeah, are there any creatures?
Devils
here
aren't interested in
that
rats.
small that go unseen, the size of rats or birds of some sort.
Rats.
I mean, there are fiendish variations, and there are rats that exist on this planet, though life for them is not very enjoyable.
Oh shit.
We will be running on the blazing hot ground
Oh, right. Poor little burning rats.
Is there like
and flying in the imp-covered air.
Didn't they said Vasar can get us there, right? Can get us
just get
safe
there.
passage?
Oh, fine, fuck it. I was just thinking it was a thing, but forget it.
It's only in a contract.
So, shall Visar guide you?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
Very
I
well.
guess so.
Kind of taps the edge, and Visar's been kind of watching, kind of. Come, follow me! And takes off the side of his shore. You guys have spoken with him before. And the imp out the window, grabs onto the side of the door frame, and then kind of scurries onto the outside, and turns back around and looks inside. Come.
We go.
We go.
Follow.
I will lead us.
Do we pass without a trace?
Yeah.
Yeah, I cast Pass Without a Trace on us. Just
And
so
I'm
that
alter selfing to my tiefling form.
Alrighty. So, that being the case, you guys step outside into the street, and you watch as Facade disappears down into the same alleyway that you previously had nearly been assaulted in. Keyleth, you guys, you all make stealth checks.
With advantage.
Yeah, and
No, with plus
10.
10.
That's good. That's good.
No, that's okay. Natural 20.
What?
Jesus.
2 in a row.
Ooh, 30.
24.
38.
44.
39.
All right, so for the first leg of this journey, as you're watching as Facade is darting from edge to edge and occasionally almost dematerializing, turning invisible, and for a moment you kind of have to stop and look around and you watch his form appear off in the distance and kind of shoot up a tiny little lit flare to kind of gather your attention once any sort of large whispers pass overhead. And this process of kind of, rubber banding behind the facade continues over the next half an hour or so, going deeper into the city. And as you go, Vex, you're keeping a pretty close watch on where you're coming from, though you're also seeing large groups of lemures, which is how it's pronounced, as I've been corrected. And I'm so glad it's pronounced that, not lemurs, because it sounds awful in hell. It's lemure.
The lemurs are so cute.
I know, and they're not cute. They're horrible, fleshy, tortured souls. So,
Nickname, man. Can I show my nickname?
Lemurs.
you see clusters of lemures throughout the city, as well as low-level spine devils and some other fiendish creatures that are in the process of rebuilding and reconstructing buildings and tearing down others. You start seeing elements of the city are constantly in a state of being restructured, rebuilt, sometimes more grandiose, sometimes more awful and terrifying, and you get the sense that the city is in perpetual state of flux. That gleaming iron tower is still just beyond your visual sight whenever you have to readjust your vision across the horizon. I need you guys to all make another stealth check for these different steps of the journey.
That's interesting. This I'm not quite sure what it means that Dis is in a constant state of flux. Is in a constant state of change and flux. And I remember someone, either the devil or the shopkeep, which I'm sure the devil's also the shopkeep's also some form of devil, but you know what I mean. One of them mentioned the city lord being very paranoid and wanting things to change all the time. I wonder if that's just Dis lore, or if that is something Exandria specific, or even if it is Dis lore, if it's relevant. I don't know. I can't tell. It might just be interesting environmental description. It could be opportunity foreshadowing. I don't know. It's very interesting. It's very my mind goes to impersonating construction workers. That's where my mind immediately goes when I hear that sort of thing repeated. But I'm not sure if that's what Matt's intending. I don't know. We'll see. Also, Brittany, I guess it depends, but yes, broadly, especially raw. If we're going rules as written, it is almost inarguably better. The common heuristic is that advantage is plus 4.5. And that partially accounts for the higher likelihood of critting. So that's mostly about combat. I bring that up because if you're not using skill crits, so if, say, a stealth check can't crit, 20 is no different from 19. It just matters what your final value is. Then plus 10 is almost inarguably better. Because, for a few reasons, but because it's going to raise your average, it's also raising the ceiling of what it is even possible to roll. So one of the reasons I love advantage, truly, and one of the reasons that I think advantage is very clean compared to riders, is that it does not raise the theoretical ceiling of what can be rolled, right? So if it makes it so easy to hand out as a GM. Like if something is particularly good, or they're doing particularly well, or they make a particularly good play, it's so easy to give someone advantage because you know that their ceiling, like the maximum DC they could ever clear, given their, skill proficiencies and whatever, that does not change with advantage, disadvantage, which is really cool. It's a really, I think a really important and a really impactful part of it as one of the underlying features of 5e. And I think it's why you see, almost every TTRPG that's come out since, they don't all try to do advantage, but a lot of them have advantage-like things because it's a good feature, man. It's a good mechanic. But that said, if we're talking about which is better or worse, mechanically, raw, especially for skill checks, it's going to be the +10. It's going to be the +10. That's raising your average more. It's raising your ceiling more. Advantage also basically nulls crit failures if you play with those. Exactly. I think that advantage disadvantage is a better consideration if you are playing, or if it's in a situation where crits are relevant. So if 1s or 20s are relevant, then advantage disadvantage is going to be better than the equivalent rider. So I think the actual equivalent rider, if you actually do out the math, I think is closer to like plus 3.8, 3.75 for advantage. It's very possible that I'm remembering incorrectly on that, but I think it's a little bit lower than 4 if I remember correctly. But my common heuristic that I think about is plus or minus 4.5. It's a very clean number. It tries to work in the relative value of avoiding crits or making crits more or less likely. That's my heuristic. But the actual math is complicated. Unfortunately. Famously, Daggerheart. Yeah, exactly. Daggerheart, I mean, yeah. You can look at a lot of modern TTRPGs, and there's definitely a higher bulk of TTRPGs that were released after 5e that have an advantage-like feature than ones released before that had it. Because, again, it's just a good feature. Like, it should. I believe the moving, shifting city stuff is from the original D&D lore. Matt creates a lot more OG lore for Campaign 2 onwards. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. I mean, I know that there is like some custom lore, and there is some Pathfinder lore that is worked in because, they started in Pathfinder. Like, I think Sarenrae is Pathfinder. But I know that he goes pretty standard on a lot of things. It's certainly interesting. This sounds interesting. I'm not a huge Hells enjoyer. I won't rehash it, but it is similar to my opinion on the City of Brass. I don't really like very how do I say it? Very homogenous, especially big cities. So like City of Brass, City of Dis, their narrated as being very large. I'm assuming at least Iman size. And, them feeling very homogenous is a huge turnoff to me. And especially if that homogeneity is alignment based, like lawful evil. It's just a huge turnoff to me. So I am not particularly interested in Dis, like at a base level. But so that said, that caveat in place, The moving tower is cool. The tower that's like moving around in their eye line, that's neat. I like that. And the ever shifting, people are tearing down buildings, putting them back up. Implies some very loose zoning codes, which I enjoy. I'm down with. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to like this as much as possible, but I'm starting from a pretty low baseline.
25.
29.
16.
With the plus die?
The plus die?
Alrighty.
Natural
22.
I guess I could.
Come on, Golden Snitch.
Come on, Freddy.
There's something about that cup you get cupping there. There we go.
I'll share some of my 37 with.
So as you guys are moving along, watching Vasav eventually gets out of sight for a moment, and you all have to kind of stop and pull back. And you see a flash of light that signifies Vasav calling you forward when it's safe. And as you all move forward, you watch as Tyrion and Percival are both looking behind, just keeping watch on your back. And by the time they look back, you guys are already about 20 feet ahead. And as they rush forward, Percival, straight up, his foot hits the edge of where two of the iron rifts in the ground of the plating that meets up this part of the alleyway. He stumbles forward, landing hard on his elbow and giving out a of his breath. And as he does, you hear and you watch as a small impish creature in golden armor begins to crawl over the roof of the nearby building and look over the side.
I turn and break away from the group.
I will say, I really liked the beginning of that failed check. I'm not as into the end where like he just like trips on a cobblestone or whatever. I've said this before. I generally like to make the PCs feel broadly competent. It's not often that I will have something like that of just like tripping on a cobblestone happen. It does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't, but it's rarer. But I really liked the start of that because I think that, making something like the tripping cobblestone happen is very easy. That's very easy to improv, right? But less incompetent failure modes are, I think, harder to improv. And so I like taking note of them when I see a good one. And I liked that one. The idea that they're just kind of out of sync with the rest of the party. They're watching their backs and they don't turn back fast enough. I really liked that. I think them like watching for a little bit too long and then having to rush to catch up, and that just rush of motion as they try to catch up being what attracts the what attracts the imp. I will also say I even like it just at a base level as an explanation to why he trips in the first place. I'm not a fan of them just like walking along and tripping, just normal. But him like falling behind and then rushing, and that's maybe why he's not paying as much attention to his footing while they're trying to stealth, and that being why he trips. This isn't so much to be down on him tripping, more to be up on the initial justification of them falling behind. I like that. I like that as either just a pure failure mode or a good rationale for a different type of failure mode, so that it doesn't just come out of nowhere. I like that. I like that a lot. You don't like Dis City? Seems it's built on rocks that roll around. This fucking guy. How often do you stub your toe? How often do I stub my toe? Maybe. How often do I stub my toe where it like makes me externally behave any different? Because like sometimes I'll stub my toe and I'll just like acknowledge it and it hurts a little bit and then I move on. But where it like changes my behavior, I don't know, man. Maybe once a year. I honestly don't stub my toe all that often. If I'm being 100% with you. That's that. I used to roll my ankle a lot, but it was because my ankles were weak. It's just true. My ankles were weak, and I went to the doctor about it because I rolled my ankle like 4 times in a week. And they gave me exercises to do, and now I don't roll my ankle anymore. So, not often. I won't say it's being incompetent. Maybe. I feel like choosing your footing carefully. I don't know. Maybe it's not being incompetent. This is in the zone where I'm like, maybe it isn't incompetent. Maybe it is. It kind of depends on larger context. This feels like a little incompetent to me when, like, if you trip when your entire goal is to, like, be stealthy, that is, like, you directly failing in, like, a very obvious way, like a very clear way. I don't know. I can kind of take it either way. Honestly, I trip over uneven ground all the time. Yeah, and I don't know that I trip over uneven ground to the point where anyone would notice very often. Yeah. Wouldn't it be more incompetent to move hastily when you know you're meant to be stealthy than an accidental trip? You know, maybe. I can see an argument for that. I could see an argument for that. I think, Yeah, I don't know. That is interesting because in my head, getting out of sync and needing to catch up, to me, that's just something that seems like it would happen. But yeah, for some reason, and maybe it's because of how I conceptualize stealth. I conceptualize stealth, and especially because it's a dexterity check in D&D specifically, right? It's not performance. It's not deception. It's not charisma based, right? It's not about... I guess in my head, which this is just revelatory. This isn't really saying whether it should be this way in your head. But I think in my head, stealth as a check in D&D is primarily about your physical movement. Now that said, I think there is a way to interpret that of like, okay, if stealth is about your physical movement and you fail the stealth check, then your physical movement wasn't up to par. That's a reasonable interpretation as well. I'm not super decided on this. Clearly, I could see this kind of going a few different ways. Yeah. What about letting the player choose how their PC makes noise? I mean, that's very, very Daggerheart, very Blades. I'm into it. I'm not very used to doing it in D&D, but I've played 2 different systems where that's very much a kind of core part of how they operate. I'd be down with it, or at least down to try. Probably depends on, the player, the DM, as to how well that will end up going. But I'm down with it. Yeah. Just ask them, how does Percy make a mistake right now? Yeah. And then they can kind of, decide their own failure space. Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I've accidentally kicked up a rug because I didn't lift my foot high enough when stepping. Yeah. And I walk on my toes a lot, so maybe it's just that I always have some natural clearance. I'm very much a toe walker. But yeah, I don't know. It's very rare. I also look at my feet a lot when I walk. I look at I have like if I'm thinking about like if I'm walking out in public, especially if I'm alone. If I'm with people, I don't look at the ground that much because it's like not the social thing to do. Like I know that people typically look at things around them while they walk. And so I at least like pretend to look around me while I walk with people. But if I'm walking alone, like I'm just going to the store for groceries or something, I am staring at the ground and occasionally looking up to make sure I don't hit people. But otherwise, I'm looking at the sidewalk because when I'm walking on the sidewalk, I have to walk where, and I know how this is going to sound. And maybe this is revelatory for some people to maybe my typicalness, we might say. But when I'm walking on the sidewalk, it feels better to my feet if the center of my foot is perfectly centered on the crack in like the sidewalk tiling. Or if I perfectly straddle the crack in the sidewalk tiling. So if like the sidewalk tiling, kind of is there, the crack is. If I like footstep right there and then footstep right there, like just like perfect spacing between my feet and the crack. So I am staring at the ground most times. So that might be part of why I don't stub my toe all that often. Yeah. Yeah. Jason Voorhees is stealthy as fuck, and he is slow but crazy fast. This is true. Tripping feels more humiliating for me because they're kind of demigods at this point who eat demons for breakfast. So growing a second left feet feels kind of tipping the suspension of disbelief. Yeah. Yeah, my inner guinea pig. Yeah. That's a good way to explain it. I do think that is, maybe incompetency is not quite the right word, but I'm kind of with you of like, it almost humanizes them a little too much. Like, I think it reinforces their own internal idea that they are just little dudes with a few powers. You know what I'm saying? When they are, in fact, closer to demigods at this point than they are to normal people. So I think that's a good point. I think it doesn't quite fit my expectation in that way. But if you don't like thinking about your characters that way, even as they get into these incredibly powerful statuses, if you still like to humanize them, then I can see how that wouldn't really be a conflict for you there. What about the check itself is about physical movement, but the addition of disadvantage is about mental state? Oh, sure. That's fair. Yeah, I can see that. I was already thinking it, but yes, the crack thing did reinforce what I was already thinking. You're adding mini games to your everyday movement. I guess. Yeah, in a way. Sidewalk walking is completely different. Who doesn't make a game out of it? I don't know. I do not know, but I will say I'm definitely making a game out of it. They're basically gods. Yeah. Percy has a 22. Deaf, he should not fall over his own feet, even with a 1. Dex autocorrect is killing me. 22 Dex. Yeah. I'm with you, Bing Bing. Yeah, I think that's kind of where my head is at. And I do think that it is like kind of fundamentally related to how you interpret the ability scores. It's also, I think that this general mindset is why, like, I will do skill crits at my table if my players want to do it. I'm not against having them. But by default, I don't do skill crits because I do think about the ability scores, not only like increasing the average or increasing the ceiling, but I do think about them in the sense that they also should actively make failure less and less likely to the point that it ultimately disappears. Like, I think it's very reasonable that, like, failure, especially, like, trivial failure, basically disappears once you get to, like, 20. Even, like, maybe you could fail at, like, a DC 10. You'd have to roll, like, a 1. But, like, you're basically never failing a DC 5. That is how I think about ability scores. Like, once you get to 20, you basically are auto-succeeding on DC 5. Maybe there are, gradients of success. So maybe it's like the baseline success is DC 5, but then there's an additional gradient up here that's DC 15, DC 20, whatever. That could still have some variation. But the idea of like a pure failure, whether or not the exact mechanics even support this, I do think about it. I imagine it as basically disappearing once you get to super high ability scores. But I know that there are very much people that are not in that sort of wave. So it seems like definitely an opinion thing. It might be interesting to have skill crit fails be a status condition. For instance, you can crit fail on dex checks if you're drunk. Sure, absolutely. I mean, and you could also, you could have it be a condition. You can implement drunkenness as a rider. You can remove proficiency. You can temporarily lower ability scores. I think that one's for me at least, lowering ability scores temporarily is actually the most evocative to me. Like, it's the one that, like, my internal emotions like the most. It's, like, the most, like, it feels the most right to me. But it's also a pain in the ass to manage. It's a huge pain in the ass to be, like, temporarily lower your dex. Oh my god. You have to temporarily lower your initiative and your saving throw and your ability and your core ability score, but also all the ability, the skill checks of everything that's dependent upon dex. You have to lower stealth and sleight of hand. Huge pain in the ass. You can also kind of represent that as just like a negative writer, but that's also kind of a hassle. So there's all sorts of ways to deal with it. I normally, I'll be real, I opt for things that maybe I don't even like as much, but are just kind of easier to implement a lot of the times in those cases. He is past peak human form as magic got him past... What's up? We're back. Hello. All right, let's get back into the critical role. May saying my name made me realize I spelt it wrong. I made a new YouTube. Gotcha. I can finally watch live and didn't want to put my whole legal name out. I get that, Bing Bong. I get that. Yeah, but that is, yeah. Let's keep watching.
And head in a slightly different direction for a moment and sit and nurse my elbow and try and just look like I'm dealing with my medical issue. And really trying to look like I didn't notice the thing that's watching me now.
Okay, I want you to go make a deception check.
Sure. Deception performance.
No, you have to roll if it's intentional.
Deception?
Yeah.
9.
Okay. So you watch the creature, and it kind of like slowly crawls along the top of the roof as you go and split off the rest of the party. You hear behind you some sort of conversation, and then a second one appears, and one continues to follow you whilst the other one continues to move with
Do I
Tyrion.
have any of the soul?
Did I see him?
Yeah, you watch him kind of, after he gets back up, he breaks off from the rest of the group.
I'm going to stick with him.
Okay, so you're both now being followed by 2 of these.
One moment. I'm going to pull out a piece of the soul, the edible soul, and just about to eat it.
Did the rest of us see this, by the way?
You all you just made it past this open walkway in the street, turn around in another alley, and you watch this happen across the way. They're about 15, 20 feet from you in an open road.
I'm going to quietly follow behind the imps.
There's nothing.
Although the imps are on the other side of the road from you right now. But
I'm-
if you want to, you can try in a moment.
Oh, no, they're close. All right, never mind.
I'm trying something. I've got a shard of soul out, the
Okay.
soul shard, giving it a smell. And I'm going to, not quite loudly, but with a bit, and I'm going to huck it in the other direction with distaste.
Okay.
No, this is just a shard.
Okay, one of the 2 imps breaks off and swoops down after it and immediately runs over and starts scattering across the ground trying to catch it as it tumbles off the side. The other one continues to follow after the 2 of you.
Can we try and give it the slip? That one that...
I can try to make us invisible if you'd like.
That won't work.
Won't work?
Just that they see through invisibility.
All right. Well, we can try to
Bigger ones
run.
do, the bigger ones.
I thought you said the whisperer
No,
saw
the
through
bigger
invisibility.
ones.
So some of the whispers do, some don't. But you should be wary of the bigger ones. They see through invisibility and possibly other things.
Okay.
What do you think?
I'm going to dust myself off and try and just meander into a shadow. I still have Pass Without a Trace.
You do, yes.
So I'm going to see if I can just vanish stealthily.
Okay, make it with disadvantage because you are being actively watched.
I am being actively watched.
Like you can turn on the corner and attempt it, but you know,
That's kind of, yeah.
It is aware that you walk there, so your ability to slip out of its view once you break from its line of sight is going to be this.
I'm also going to, can I also use my boots of spider walking to see if I can kind of crawl off the street a little bit and see if I can...
Sure, let's try it. Go ahead and make yourself check.
You can certainly try.
Disadvantage, I hate disadvantage so much. That's cocked.
That is cocked.
It doesn't matter, that number's
That's
awful.
pretty bad
Yeah,
number.
never mind, no, I fail.
Okay, so as you turn on the corner, you step up on the side of the wall, hearing the impact of the boots kind of across the iron side. Thankfully, it's enchanted boots, so the damage is relatively minimal, but you do.
Not gonna not gonna go too deep on this. I will just say, we were just talking about gradients of success, gradients of failure. And a lot of the players at this table will do it. Players at my table will do it. It's a pretty common thing. Once, especially, if the player has DM'd before, I think it's pretty common for someone to look at a low score and just be like, I failed. Because they're relatively confident they know at least the broad range for the main DC. But I will just point out, in the vein of gradients of success, gradients of failure, it can often be relevant how much you failed by. If you barely failed or if you really failed. And not just in, a natural one sort of way. That gradient of failure can be important. So it's not that big a deal. I'm sure if it did matter, Matt would have asked. But I think it's a good general habit to get into of just always saying the number, regardless of if you as a player think it failed or not, because ultimately you're not the arbiter of whether or not something succeeded or failed. You could be totally misinterpreting the check, right? It might be a much lower DC than you think it is. I think Taliesin probably has a pretty good sense of it. So I'm not going to hang my hat too much on that one. But it's worth considering that, as the player, you might not have all the information. Especially when you just do a kind of creative decision like that of like hucking the soul energy away. You had like Taliesin clearly has a guess as to like the relationship that those imps have with the souls and how much they might value the souls. But he doesn't know. And so he doesn't know how much that would help or hurt his chances. That might have lowered it to a DC 5. I find that unlikely. I don't think that's what happened, but it could have. Like, if I did find out that that is what happened, that procedure lowered it to a DC 5, I could believe it. So, it's not that big a deal, but it's worth, I think, saying it out loud most of the time, at least. I kind of get it. If you know you failed, you don't necessarily feel like having the DM describe exactly how bad you failed. Sure, I get it, but I think there is that first line assumption of if you know you failed, right? If you haven't said the number out loud yet, you don't know if you failed. Especially if you're not using crits. And if you are using crits, it's even more important that you say it out loud. If you roll a natural 1 or something. So, I totally understand being fairly confident that you failed, but you never actually know.
You hear the kind of very faint sizzle of leather on hot metal. What are you doing, Tyrion?
Well, I will cast invisibility on myself.
All right.
And that's all I can do for the night.
So as this one is following Percival around the corner, the one that was going after you that was distracted by the stone, you turn invisible and it seems to kind of glance around and it's lost sight of you for the moment and continues to push after Percival. So
I'm going to stick with Percival, but in an invisible way.
I'm going to keep talking over the headphones, trying to keep up with where everyone else is, but walking off a block in the hopes of sort of bullshitting my way through this.
Okay. As you head down this alleyway, and you guys are kind of parallel following on the side, kind of watching this from a distance, but staying out of sight, to not make yourselves visible. Percival, you look up and you see this strange, eerie green glow that begins to drift in your direction, and you watch as these spectral arms begin to just drift up out of the ground, and this elongated, horrifying face kind of pulls up from underneath the darkened cobblestones of the street, going, and this specter entity drifts in your direction.
Do I recognize what the specter entity is?
It's some sort of a ghost-like creature. You've seen a number of these just kind of emanating and drifting through the city, and some in small clusters, some individually. They just seem to wander aimlessly throughout.
I am whispering the incantation for invisibility into a coin.
Okay. That takes a minute to do it. So
It does? Fuck, but then I'm not doing it.
Okay.
I'm going to try and keep pace with that thing. Is it following me?
You glance over your shoulder and see it, and it is currently like crawled around the side, and it's like leaping from these like small strips, almost these window sills of these small iron squares that are about that big, that are built into the side of these wall here. It's kind of like leaping and flying from section to section, staying maybe 15 feet, 20 feet behind you.
20 feet behind us?
Do you want to go and follow?
20.
I make a stealth check.
You said 20 feet behind us?
It's about 20 feet behind you.
And up?
Yeah, about 15 feet up from you.
I'm going to reach into my alchemist's satchel.
Thank God.
And pull out a bag of writhing, sticky black tar and hurl it right at his feet.
Okay. So it's leaping from windowsill to windowsill, and as it gets to one windowsill, you chuck at it.
Yeah.
All right, go for it. Roll for attack.
Yeah. What is this, plus my spell attack bonus? No, it's just an attack. What is this?
It should say under your ability here. I'll pull it up if you want.
I mean, am I rolling for the throw or for the spell?
This is for the throw, or is it the creature saving throw? Which are the two? Let me go look actually.
I just had like
Since
5
I'm not
worst
looking at
rolls
this.
I've ever had in a row. Like it was just,
Pardon
that was
me,
just
folks.
ugly. There's just ugliness happening, and I don't feel it's gone yet. It's not the dice, it's in me.
This is the Tanglefoot bag?
No.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you sell out, man.
Shut up.
Okay, so what you do is it splats against it, and you watch it kind of, and it gets kind of stuck and sapped into it. It's moving now at half pace. It's having to pull through the substance that's kind of glued to its feet, and it's trying to tear away.
Okay.
All right.
That's all
I got a 46 on stealth. Can I shuffle it?
You turn around the corner now, and you see first off, Tyrion appears.
46.
Because when you throw the bag, it breaks your
That's an
invisibility.
attack?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, it's working.
So now I see Percival and Tyrion both appear, and this one impish creature is now currently partially glued to a wall and is fighting, trying to pull its way off.
Run.
It looks like a target. Whisper.
Okay.
With a 46 stealth.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll.
Thank you.
All right. Would this be surprise? If
No.
I'm bad stealth?
I will just say, I get it. Him rolling the stealth ahead of time. I want to point out, it's not how the rules are written. It's not how 5e is written. That, you're just like rolling checks whenever whatever you want, and then like the DM has to kind of go with it. this actually kind of goes back to the DM authority conversation that we were having earlier of like, not only does the DM have authority in most things, they have authority in when you roll checks. You might not be able to stealth right now. It might just be impossible. Like, but that said, especially on something like stealth, I get it. Especially if you're coming from like video games. Almost always, like, imagine something like Fallout or Elder Scrolls, right? Any Bethesda property. You have skills, especially in something like, Fallout New Vegas. You use tons of skills all the time for various bullshit. But most skills are something that the game essentially asks you to do. Right? Similar to a DM. You try to do something or you want to say something, and the game will say, okay, you need to make a skill for that, or you need to make a skill check for that, or you need to have above a certain skill in New Vegas specifically. But in New Vegas, in any Fallout, or maybe not any Fallout, but in most of the Fallouts in the Elder Scrolls, you can stealth whenever. Stealth is just like a like mode that you go into, and then enemies have to check against it. So I get it. That mindset, I think, is really baked into a lot of us, and I almost never see, like, even from Liam, who I think does this more than the rest of the cast, I rarely see him rolling other checks ahead of time, like without Matt asking him to. Maybe insight occasionally. But even insight or perception, those are also things that you just kind of do in video games. You don't need feedback from the world to ask you to do it. So I get it. The only thing I will note is that, or the only thing I think I would try to remember as a player, and this goes for a lot of aspects of the game, it's not a video game. There isn't a game engine that is, facilitating these things, and the DM knows more about the context of the situation than you do. And so you don't always know when a check is even possible. You know what I'm saying? So, it's yeah. But 4,000 stealth, Megan, come on. Right. But 4,000 stealth, you're so right. But what does the scanner say about his stealth level? Yeah. For Bethesda games, you can stealth whenever, but you are not hidden if you are in someone's line of sight. Your stealth level determines if someone notices you when they can't see you. That's a really good point, Brittany. That's a fantastic point, because that feeds directly into kind of what I'm saying about the DM understanding more about the context of the situation, right? In a video game, you can look around, and this happens in Bethesda games, in like Skyrim, where you will try to stealth, right? You'll go into your crouch mode, and the eyeball will be open, and you'll be like, motherfucker, can someone see me? And you're like, I don't know where anyone is. Like, I thought I was alone. That's a legitimate thing that happens in Skyrim, where you thought you were in a situation where you could stealth, but someone can see you. That is not, and that is something you can determine by, number one, the immediate feedback that the game gives you, but also, specifically, by looking around. You as a player have full autonomy to pan the camera and look around and measure the situation before you do it. The equivalent to that is asking the DM to pan the camera in that way. That is the equivalent of asking the DM, is there anyone around, or even, can I stealth? Or I want to try to sneak up on them without anyone noticing, right? And the DM will evaluate, if there is even a scenario in which or a place that you could even go to crouch and to start stealthing, just like a Bethesda game. It's a great point. So yeah. So, you know, I'm not gonna get on Liam too much. If there's anything I want to hit home is that I get it, super relatable, and especially if you're if you're playing with new players and they're coming from, you know, maybe a video games background rather than like a theater background or an improv background, right? If they're coming from a video games background, this is probably something to be on the lookout for as a DM and maybe think about ahead of time how you want to engage with it. Or, you know, if you're a player and you haven't played very much, keeping it in mind.
It is aware that there are threats in its vicinity, so it's not a surprise attack. But it does not see you, so you have advantage on the attack. It is considered a sneak attack to hit.
That one's spelled. Okay. Let's say 25 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
All right. 12, and I will do a second attack as well.
Well, how much damage is the first attack?
12.
12 damage? It's sneak attack because it didn't see you there.
Oh wait, no, it is sneak attack, right?
Yes.
Thanks.
Billion extra damage.
25, 27, 33, 35, 40, 42, plus psychic damage from that, 42.
Right, okay.
So 45.
So right as it's pulling away from this Tanglefoot bag, this explosion of glue, it's like, ah! And a dagger just slips through it, and you watch as it goes in 4 different pieces, retracts into the Tanglefoot bag muck once more. It got completely shredded, and the sections are withdrawn back and stuck to it as they're slowly now dribbling out of this massive glue on the side of the building, which is now starting to bubble from the heat from the side of the structure.
Moving tar.
Tarpus.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to try and turn another corner. And
Okay, the impish creature that was distracted by your stone is now attempting to catch up. I want the 3 of you to make one more stealth check since you've all revealed yourselves.
Come on. Don't
10,
fuck up, Percy. Don't fuck up. It's all right.
23.
24.
37.
Okay, you guys darting into the shadows and rush around the corner. You hear in the distance the clattering of tiny imp claws and the impacts of it kind of doing the same perch to perch gliding through the alleyway. You turn around the corner and join up with the rest of the party. And you hear in the distance some sort of a distant barking call in a language you don't understand.
Well, they're going to be on the lookout now.
So you gather that they've acknowledged that there has been a whisper slain in the alley. So you might want to hurry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so as you guys collectively catch up with Vasa and are led further in the city, you begin to hear now this horrible grinding sound of metal that becomes just omnipresent further down this labyrinthine network of alleys and streets. You can see the glow of red and orange that previously kind of just emanated from the horizon is now beginning to light the sky around you. It's this light pollution from some sort of nearby source. And as you turn one of the corners, you look and see giant pyres of molten metal and fire. There's just a gargantuan forge where people are just, or I say people, these devilish entities and hundreds of lemures are just heaping large bits of iron ingots and scrap metal from fallen buildings and tossing them into this forge. And every time they do, just a burst of flame and ash and cinder come pouring out of it.
And remember, this is not the city of brass. The outer planes and the cities within them are very different and very unique. And they are very interesting.
But, and from there you can see refined metals being pulled out and brought to other elements of the city. Beyond that, as you glance over, you can hear this faint echoing sound of hundreds upon hundreds of voices, all moaning, screaming, squealing in torturous pain. You don't have a view of what's causing it, but this whole area of the city just brings this terrifying presence of, well, the torment you'd expect from somewhere in the hells. Vasa has, as you kind of pause him, Vasa darts back, trying to usher you forward in the direction of the sound, and goes, come, follow. And then vanishes once again, peering on the other side of the street and beckoning you once more. For the last leg, everyone make one more stealth check.
Come on, Percy, for fuck's sake.
All of us?
All of us.
All of you.
Better.
22.
23.
30, 34.
27.
26.
37.
Okay. You guys, as you're waiting for the right moment to cross the street, you wait for one cluster of these tiny winged, not quite imps, they're a little larger than imps, with this like dark, bluish green kind of spine protrusions out of the wings, and their heads are these giant bony ridges that go back, and they have these long spears, and about 2 dozen of them kind of come down the street in a vast cluster, almost like a bat storm, like a whole bunch of just randomly flying and angrily screeching creatures. And as you wait for that to pass, the minute that sound goes past, you dart across the alleyway, make it to the other side, and turn just in time for the large, heavy footfalls
Oh, shit. Oh, God.
Of what looks to be some sort of monstrosity, multiple arms that are stitched to this large golem-like creature. It's humanoid, but it's about 15 feet tall, and it's just covered in stitches, multiple chunks of different faces that are all just sewn together in places. You can see a series of gems that are embedded in like its shoulders and part of its throat that all kind of pulse like separate heartbeats that are out of pace with each other. And as it stumbles forward, you see a chain around its neck, and it's being dragged by this tiny imp that's just kind of pulling it forward and tugging on it. As it doesn't even make really much of a noise other than a perpetual gurgle, but it's just some sort of flesh-stitched automaton that's being dragged forward to its next physical activity at the behest of whoever owns it.
Freddy, you can't end up here.
No.
A few moments later, Vasa brings you to the outside of a large, jet-black, metallic and stone structure. A heavy, thick-walled stronghold with a series of what looks almost like, imagine a thick bramble forest made of twisted iron that surrounds the base of it about 5 feet high. There are small gaps where you guys can try and squeeze through for the more lithe folk. Grog, you're not quite sure how you're going to get over this.
You know what? I was obviously making fun of, two cities. The two cities that are on different planes but are incredibly similar. I was obviously making fun of that. That fence description got me, though. That was cool. And, the flesh golem is obviously different than we might expect on the, than anything we saw in the City of Brass. So there's stuff. It's just not enough for me. I will also say, I wrote this, I think, somewhere. Oh, yeah, right here. The idea of being followed as an exploration complication is decent. I'm into it. It allows the encounter to escalate a bit, and in this context, it needs to be actively dealt with, and that dealing with it would be a really nice marker for when to end the travel sequence, which is exactly what Matt ended up doing. So absolutely, I'm into it. I get it. It's very solid. And those are the sorts of things that I try to think about when I'm thinking about I've described the bowl method, Z Bashu's bowl method of you put boons and banes into a bowl, and then whenever you're traveling somewhere, you can pull one out. That's what I try to think about for my banes. If I'm putting banes in as a DM, is that sort of thing where it's not something that is going to immediately proc all-out combat, right? That's not what you want for a single failure in an exploration sequence. But having some of the guards take an interest in you when you are trying to, stealth your way towards an objective is something that needs to be dealt with. And so I like it a lot as an exploration consequence complication. And I like the escalations, adding people to the encounter with the Spectre. And then the moment that kind of drama is not quite the right word, but the moment that complication is dealt with, we can immediately exit the travel sequence, right? We can immediately abstract the rest of it. We don't need to go back into more you travel another 30 minutes. Now the players feel like they have done something to earn their travel to the place. We can just skip straight to the place. And that's what Matt did. Thumbs up.
Without tearing bits of you apart. There's about a 10-foot gap between.
And, just to clean it up, because Matt a lot of times will just full abstract travel. I've talked about it before. The one that always comes to mind is them going from Westrun to Sphinx Mountain using, I believe it was Windwalk. They were just flying there. And I was like, you know what? If Matt's not into travel, he's not into travel. That's fine, whatever. But that's a good example of one of the ways in which you can spice up travel, or more broadly exploration, is that sort of encounter, that sort of complication. It did end semi-violently, but they didn't even go into initiative or anything. They oh my god, my encoder keeps overloading. I'm sorry. They didn't even go into initiative though. They stayed fully out of initiative, which is great for a travel sequence exploration encounter. But there was still an amount of dynamism and challenge to getting from point A to point B. Makes it feel a little bit earned, a little bit worthwhile. So thumbs up, especially knowing, or not knowing, I guess, but seeing that historically Matt doesn't seem that interested in exploration. This gets 2 thumbs up from me.
This strange metal bramble fence and the outside of this stronghold.
After I go through, stay here. I pop trinket out, and then I reach my through and say, "In."
Okay.
Grog, get inside, you release him out the other
I
side.
put trinket back in.
All right.
Whoa,
Well done.
that was easier than I thought.
At which point you now have Dodie on the other side just going,
You can put Dodie in there. I fought it while I was
I
inside.
don't think Doty can go in there. It's only for living creatures. I can try.
You can try.
Tell Doty to
Get in, Doty.
tell Doty to get in.
no effect.
Nothing.
Tell Doty to get in, maybe.
Doty, try your best to get in.
No, okay,
in the
no.
amulet, in the amulet. It's fine. I'll cast fly on Doty.
Don't you think that's going to be noticeable?
How high up is it?
It's only 5 feet high.
Okay.
Wait, don't we have magic carpet or something?
Yeah, but we're trying to be stealthy.
Stealthy.
We
The
could just
robot.
edge along the top of the iron, yeah.
Yeah, you guys have been good enough to keep far enough ahead that this wandering metallic automaton about 25 feet behind you hasn't drawn any strange attention yet.
happened.
Are there like fissures, like steam vents?
No steam vents what you can see. It's just this tangled mass of thick metal cables, maybe about a foot thick, that have just spikes starting out of them. It's climbable, but there may be some damage taken in the process.
He said take the easiest way in.
He said that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well then, Doty, go straight through.
Oh, shit.
Dodie then reaches out.
Wait.
And it takes a few moments, but Dodie begins to actually force the brambles apart. You can see bits of the metal kind of kink and bits of the spikes jutting through and breaking parts of the armor from the opposite side, kind of piercing it. Does manage to pull enough of an opening where Dodie squeezes through, and to the other side, however, Dodie does suffer 12 points of piercing damage in the process. But emerges.
Okay.
You're so badass, Doty. Good job.
Perhaps we should bend them back.
Yeah, how noticeable is the bent bars?
Oh, it's pretty noticeable. It's about that big around.
Doty, can Doty put it back?
Is it body shaped?
I'll do it.
Yeah, go Grog.
There we
Go
yeah,
Grog.
I'll just
Roll strength check.
Big money, no wins.
1.
Come on, it's gonna be good.
15.
15.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not great.
No, but it takes you a little bit of time, and you manage to squeeze it
Plus you've
together.
got gauntlets on, which are good for structures,
You
right?
do take 3 points of piercing damage. That's essentially why he's able to do it on a roll 15, is because of his siege ability. But you do manage to squeeze it back together and close the hole.
Nice.
Magic carpentry.
Now, Basai, you see, is now up on the side of the wall, and this structure, this stronghold, has nearly no openings on any other side. However, there's a small sliver of an opening. It's almost like an exhaust on the higher end there, and Basai is currently perched up onto it. And,
How high?
About 7 feet up.
That?
And how wide is this door?
It's about 1.5 feet high and about 2.5, 3 feet wide.
Great.
We want to get into this place, right?
Yeah.
Well then, let's have a door. And I will pull a door out of my robe of useful items and put it on the side of the wall.
Oh no, we're dead.
Do what? You do what?
The door
He
attacks.
pulls a patch out off of his robe and tears it off and slams it against the stone. And as it does, you watch as what was once solid black metal, a tiny seam of orange appears in a large rectangular pattern. And then just opens ever so slightly on a hinge that wasn't there before.
After you.
Well, that's my kind of ridiculous.
He's not the hero we wanted, but he's the hero we needed.
This door cost a lot of money. Just so you know.
Wow.
Good to know.
As you guys peer inside, ever so carefully, do you guys want to
Very carefully. I'll just peek.
make a perception check?
Yeah.
Do we still have Pass Without Trace on?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's close.
Yeah. You want me to?
Oh, no, I don't see shit.
No, it is very dark inside. There's a faint bit of almost like candlelight out of view. You can see there's just a shifting glow internally that seems to have the life of a small flame.
I'm going to gently push my sister to the side and try the same.
All right, make a perception check.
Yeah. Woo! 24.
Okay. As you glance inside, you can see there's a series of chains dangling from the ceiling, carrying hooks on them. A number of these hooks seem to have a dried, reddish, caked blood-like material, and some of them have bits of flesh still stripped and kind of dangling from them. There are 2 tables in this chamber, each table seemingly containing some sort of a humanoid body that is placed on it and strapped down. One appears to be in 2 pieces. There is a torso and there are legs, and the centerpiece that once held the parts together is nowhere near in sight. Too shallow to make any details from this angle as you've just peered past the door, but there does not appear to be any other moving or living creature in the chamber.
So none of those forms are moving, breathing, anything, as far as I can tell.
As far as you can tell.
Yeah.
You take a moment longer and you see the one on the far table is breathing.
All right. We have some deadish things in here.
I think this is my favorite exploration sequence so far, only second to the Feywild Moonbrush exploration. But honestly, I could see this quickly overtaking the Moonbrush. I'm loving this so far. They don't even have a map. Like, sometimes I feel like I don't clarify this sort of thing. But, like, where they are right now is completely up to Matt, right? They don't have a map where they can see the entire layout, and so they know exactly where they're placing this door, and they can use context clues like windows to place it correctly, and like they know where they are on the layout, right? They don't know any of that. Matt has just, they're keeping it in theater of the mind, so where it is placed is where Matt decides that it's placed. And I love this choice as for what's inside the door based on what they've done, right? The use of the door from the robe of many of useful items, I think it was, is really, I mean, it's really solid. It's good use of your temporary, or not temporary, I guess like one use resources, right? It's really creative and solid use of a magic item. And that should absolutely be rewarded, but you also want to keep the tension up, right? If they just came in and it was an empty room with nothing going on in it, that might be a little bit boring. That might be a little bit, you know, it might be a little bit slow. They were just in this really tense situation with the winged creature following. Matt's trying to up the tension with the flesh golem. So scary. If they just, you know, were inside and then suddenly they're, you know, in a very normal empty room, it's not really keeping the tension up. And I think that is important in a dungeon crawl and in like kind of an exploration sequence in general. You want safe spaces to need to be like earned or like actively strived for. And so breaking into the building is one thing, but then establishing yourself within the building, totally separate thing. So I really like this from Matt of like, it's not just like they, you know, snuck in the front door, right? If they just snuck in the front door, there's probably awake people in that room. But because they use the resource, they have basically a free entryway, but there's a complication. They now have to deal with the thing asleep in the room. So it's not like mind-shattering exploration sequences. This isn't, you know, reinventing the wheel or anything, but it's very solid, and especially within the context of sound, right? I already almost forgot. This is all in the context of don't make a lot of sound. So now they have to not only deal with this thing on the in the room, whatever it is, but they have to deal with it silently. Are they going to use their silence spell? This would be easy. This would be a great, easy opportunity. You know, they use it. They can kill this thing totally silently. Easy peasy. But then you don't have the silence spell for later. Is it worth doing right now? Can Vax just sneak up and stab it in the neck? Who knows? So, this is all just to say, I mean, we might be getting into more of like a crawl at this point, but I like the escalation, the upkeep of tension within this exploration sequence. And it's all in theater of the mind. You know, we haven't even seen a map yet. So I think Matt's doing a really solid job, especially compared to what I associate with Matt's exploration sequences, which is basically nothing. So I'm into it. I'm into it. What's up, Ivo? Thank you. I'm glad to be back. I like how Terry's still able to shine, even though he's a lower level than the rest of the cast. Artificer's just cool. It's tough because Artificer is cool, but it's kind of hard to balance because it has to do with gold, and the economy of D&D can really go out the window very quickly. But Artificers are cool, man, especially if you're creative, like Sam. The Hell's Arc was always one of my least favorite. Maybe you have a different perspective as a DM. Oh, I mean, to be clear, I wouldn't say I'm loving the arc. I would say that the Hell's Arc so far is pretty boring and a little frustrating to me. And it has contained maybe some of my least favorite player behavior since Orion. But I can still very much enjoy this isolated exploration sequence. I'm finding a lot of enjoyment, and I'm liking this exploration sequence quite a lot. That is separate from my overall evaluation of the arc. It would be funny if Terry put the door on a support beam and had a wall right in the center of it. Yeah. There's lots of fun things you can do with that as a DM if you also want to get kind of wacky and with it. Yeah. Artificer at this time was still in beta, I think. I believe so. We looked it up. I think it was still in Unearthed Arcana, yeah. Terry's class had some OP stuff like the healing draught and the alchemical fire. Yeah. I mean, well, and he also has like the full-on Dodie, which is, it seems like he is an alchemist, but he also has like basically a steel defender in Dodie. I think Dodie is using some sort of stat block that is closer to a steel defender than the homunculus stat block, but I think he is technically a homunculus. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it's I generally stay away from Unearthed Arcana. I don't feel like being a beta tester typically. But if one of my players, I've never had a player ask if they wanted to, I would, I would look on it on an individual basis, see if there's anything crazy in it.
Kind of moving.
Dangerous things? Or?
It looks like it. I'd like to go in and get a closer look. Is everybody cool with that?
Yes.
Go for it.
All right, roll stealth check.
Yeah. That's fine. That's 40 with the pass without a trace.
Okay. As you slowly slip into the chamber, closing the door ever so slightly to make just the faintest kind of the creaking of metal on metal, you slip into the chamber and you can see there's shelves with various torture instruments just strewn across it. It looks like a terrible nightmare version of Percy's work chamber back in Greystone Keep.
Percy the earliest.
Yeah. There are two doors in the room, one on kind of a north side and one on an eastern side, and the body that's on one table you can see appears to be human, older male. There are signs of some sort of physical scarring in the body, whether it be necromantic or corruption based, and it's been long dead. Like there is just a general sound, a very strong smell of decay. The other table, you do see the slight moving chest of a living dwarf, actually, a female dwarf that appears to be passed out unconscious and has suffered quite a bit of torturous wounds. You can see hundreds of small scratches and
ooh, very nice. I didn't know that it would be an innocent, a third party. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. And you know what? I've had a lot of discussion during, especially the City of Brassark, about my lack of enjoyment of a homogeneously evil city, right? I don't really like cities themselves having this like consistent morality bent. It feels very gamey to me. It kind of pulls me out of it. That said, so we'll separate that over here. That said, it is kind of interesting if you are in a place like that, and especially a place where the normal denizens are that way, but there are potentially quite a few outsiders. Maybe slaves, maybe not slaves. This is also like a trade hub across the multiverse. Maybe some of the traders and mercantile people that would do business in the Hells are evil. Maybe some of them are just neutral. Maybe some of them are just hyper lawful. Who knows? There's some amount of there's just enough to where I don't immediately know what this dwarf's deal is gonna be, right? Is this someone that makes their home here and is super evil? And if I wake her up and try to talk to her, she's going to raise the alarm immediately, right? Is she being tortured because she's actually in the faction and she just fucked up and they torture their employees? Who knows? That seems viable for this area. Is she a total victim in this that will immediately join Vox's side to try and get out? Is she just gonna take the door out? Is she someone that is immediately going to say, maybe she isn't evil, but she knows if she turns over some intruders, if she raises the alarm, that she will get some sort of preferential treatment. Maybe the torture will stop. Torture, famously, does not make people tell the truth. It just makes them tell you stuff, regardless of if it's the truth or not. It might make them talk. You just don't know if it's, true or not. And in this case, her past torture might make her very likely to immediately rat out Vox Machina. So, I love this as the unconscious complication. This is now not only a actual challenging obstacle, but this is a semi-morality check, right? This torture victim is probably not going to be that difficult to deal with silently, right? What I was just saying before is like, how do you deal with it, without waking them up? Can you get up to them? Now I'm thinking, I can probably pretty easily get up to them. The question is, this is now a morality check. Am I going to just kill this person on the table when I'm not even here for righteous reasoning, right? Vox Machina is not here because they want to dethrone the devil and they want to make the city better. They're doing this as a pawn of a different devil in like a petty turf war, right? Like they are not here for what we might call righteous reasoning, and they are in the hells in general because just to head off a potential future danger, something that is in some moral systems not particularly morally justified. Self-defense is morally justified, but heading off a future threat is not. It's ambiguous. I think most people would say that Vox is probably justified given the identity of the threat, but it has a layer of ambiguity to it. So now adding even more ambiguity of, are you willing to kill a potentially totally innocent person that has done nothing wrong just to protect this mission and to make sure that you keep quiet? Then that brings up a whole discussion of why would someone even end up here? Is it even possible that this person is a total innocent? Why are they here in the first place? And then another character might bring up that she might have been promised in a deal. Maybe someone promised their firstborn child as part of a warlock pact, and this is that child. I don't know. There's all sorts of hypothetical what ifs, which makes this awesome when paired with the idea that you need to be stealthy. You can't, even like one single alarm that is raised could jeopardize the entire mission, right? When paired with that, this is fantastic. It's very cool. I'm very interested to see how, as Ross pointed out, the, somewhat famously morally ambiguous Vox Machina. I'm curious to see how they will handle this. If I had to make a prediction, I think they're gonna kill her. The question is, how torn up are they about it? We'll see. I think some countries' governments would disagree with that. What part? That torture makes people tell the truth? It famously doesn't. Famously, torture does not make people tell the truth. It encourages them to talk, at least to my understanding. I won't claim to be an expert in this, but to my understanding, it makes them say things. The things are just whatever they think will make the torture end, to my understanding, at least. Side note, I think some of the PCs failed the morality check when they ate actual souls. Oh, morality checks never end. Morality checks never end. You can keep stacking them, man. You're always exploring the space. Where are their lines? What What are they willing to cross? Who are they willing to cross to get what they want? What do they even want? Is it worth getting this thing if you have to cross all of these lines? How does that come back later? We never end. Torture makes people tell the truth, and yes, I know I'm being sarcastic. Okay. It's hard for me to tell in chat. I've realized that. I think I'm worse than the average streamer, certainly, but probably just person in general at reading sarcasm in text form. It's not something I struggle with in real life. In verbal communication, I've learned the patterns. But in text, it's always hard for me to tell. Anyways.
Jagged dagger wounds in the side of the shoulders and arms, the face, and is currently strapped down to the table.
I'm going to use Divine Sense in this room. Am I within 50 or 60 feet of that dwarf?
You are, yes.
Yeah, Divine Sense.
Divine Sense to sense.
Presence of strong evil registers on my senses.
Within 60 feet of you.
Yeah.
All right. Nothing coming from that dwarf, but there are a number of other sources throughout the fortress.
But and in the room,
there is not in the room, but within 60 feet of you, you get a view of.
Great solution. Oh man, I didn't see that coming. Great solution. Great use of a unique resource that, frankly, is rarely useful. Fantastic. Oh, I love good exploration, man. I love good exploration. Adding -s, I do like tone indicators. I'm never gonna ask people to use tone indicators in chat because that's a non-inconsequential ask. But they definitely help me. Objective morality in D&D is so weird to me. I mean, yeah. I think I already went on my objective morality in D&D scree when we were in the City of Brass, so I won't repeat it, but I'm with you. I heavily prefer the Magic the Gathering color pie, which itself is not complete and has plenty of issues, but I highly prefer it to alignment, the 9 square alignment. I prefer it to that, but in general, yeah, gamifying morality is, I think, always going to fall a little bit short, but it's going to fall especially short when you have a categorization system that is as shallow as alignment is, because alignment is very shallow. Which is why I like what I call, I term them morality checks. I like morality checks so much because I like to explore that space with more granular detail. I really like. Exploring character morality is one of my favorite parts of D&D. I love it. I love it. Evil villain idea, religious order, which uses Zone of Truth to make torture work for an evil religious state. That's true. I mean, Zone of Truth would then... It would... I mean, Zone of Truth in general is definitely one of those things that makes it obvious how evil paladins can exist. Because Zone of Truth is just so obviously rife for, abuse isn't even quite the right word. It's like enchantment magic. It's just so obviously powerful in a way that, like, something like Fireball can sort of be analogized to, like, a gun, you know? Like, it's not the same. And, or it can be analogized to, like, dynamite or something, we can analogize most evocation transcripts to some method of destruction within reality. There is not anything like enchantment magic or something like Zone of Truth, right? It is so wildly powerful compared to any equivalency that we have in real life. But it also kind of flies under the radar, kind of for that reason. Because we can't immediately analogize it, you have to sit there and think through how powerful it is. And you don't maybe immediately realize it. But man, oh man, Zone of Truth is just a powerhouse of a spell. Oof. Charms work as well. Exactly. Enchantment magic, yeah. The Spanish Inquisition. I wouldn't expect it. I would never expect it, bro. Never. You can always choose not to say anything. This is true. And, but being able to even just discern truths from lies. Ooh. Incredibly powerful. Yeah. Mind warping magic absolutely has a negative morality to me. Oh, I mean, me too. I mean, but it is ultimately a tool. You can use it for good things. It reminds me, I'll give an example of, I famously am afraid of and view enchantment magic incredibly negatively. But, yeah, Ivo just mentioned enchantment therapy. I was going to bring up an episode of The Sandman, the Netflix series, The Sandman. Well, I mean, originally a comic, to my understanding, or a graphic novel, but in one of the episodes of the Netflix series, there is a moment where someone is dying, and Dream gives, or I shouldn't call him Dream, Morpheus, you can say Lord Morpheus. Morpheus gives them good dreams as they die. He gives them a peaceful death in what would otherwise be, as an alternative to excruciating agony as they go. And it is very clearly framed as like an act of goodness and kindness and mercy within the context of the show. So there are goods that you can do with it, but man, oh man, can you do some ills? Can you do some evils, man? Whew. Yeah.
The chamber to the north of you and the chamber to the east of you. The eastern chamber, nothing. The chamber to the north of you, just beyond that door, there is a signature.
Okay. And the dwarf appears alive.
That we're still in Theater of the Mind. I wouldn't have expected that at this point.
You did gain its power. Wait, no, it's one.
There's a body. There's a woman, a dwarf, in the room ahead of us.
Is she dangerous?
I mean, hard to say. I don't think so, but I don't know.
She look familiar.
Why don't we go in?
Jesus.
Can we go in? That's what I'm finding.
Good question.
Out. Can we go in the fucking room
Please,
yet?
quiet.
You guys all quietly make your way into the chamber.
So quietly.
I'm going to inch ahead of everybody up the door.
Does she look like she regrets her decisions in life?
Does she look like she belongs
Does she
here?
have any
Is she
unfortunate
naked?
tattoos?
She's not naked. She's wearing basic cloth clothing, but a lot of it has been torn and soaked deep crimson with blood. A lot of it appears to have been torn from like stress and tension. There are claw marks from all over this chamber, from various demonic entities that have torn through here, but the table she's on as well.
I go join my brother.
I think this is a brilliant
I mean, she's not melted like the poor shits we've seen all over this city.
The body suddenly stirs in the table.
This is.
Hello?
Wait.
No.
Are you awake?
Noel, if you want to step on it.
Yeah.
What?
Oh no, really?
Oh shit!
It just took like 10 minutes. 10 minutes to find her.
Come on in.
Can we have like a 10-minute discussion about whether or not to listen?
Interesting. Huh. The players. Huh. What? Yeah, caller identity. Really fucking long duration. Wow. I wonder why Matt was rushing. I am Yeah. Huh. Huh. This recontextualizes some things. Huh. Yeah. This is the possible meta reason for the pivot. What would you do if they just ignored her and you knew she was a guest? Why? I am. Yeah, that is the one thing I can't accuse him of, Rainbow Dragon. I cannot accuse Matt of modifying the play too much, or maybe I should say obviously, to get a guest in. The guest ND now uses he they, I believe. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'll go with they. Gotcha. Good to know. Yeah, man. Huh. I'm glad we're about to go on break so that I can think about that, because that is so unexpected to me. Like, it's tough. I'll have to see how they are further characterized, but man, oh man. What's up? Hello, we're back. I still don't know what I think, man. I'm glad that they seemed surprised in one sense, because this would be very, I don't know. It's very, it's their show, it's their table, obviously. It seems like a sort of weird session to have a guest in. And like, it would be weird of them playing for that long knowing someone was waiting. Well, that's what I'm kind of wondering is like, did they know that ND was waiting at all? Like, were they aware that ND was like off stage waiting to come in? Like, is it some sort of surprise? I guess we'll see. Strange, though. Strange. If you unpause, maybe we'll learn. Well, I'm trying to think of how I feel about it regardless. It's very strange. And I'm very... I guess what I'm looking for here is like, why wait? Why wait until we're in the stronghold? And like, I mean, frankly, set to the side everything positive I was saying about that exploration sequence, why take the time with that exploration sequence? Like, Matt has abstracted and skipped over so many more, I would say, more pertinent exploration sequences. He's just fully abstracted. So it is very strange to me that he would take all that time and he wouldn't like I would expect, maybe ND, this dwarf, to be someone in Ipkesh's employ. And, this is their guide to the place, as opposed to the imp. Like, that would not take a substantial level of, like, suspension of disbelief for me. Especially the moment that the guest player comes out. I'm like, oh, yeah, obviously. Like, sure, that's an easy way to explain the guest's appearance. And to have the guest come in so much earlier. Yeah, we'll see. I will say this is maybe one of my most, like, it's not even that this feels bad. I'm just confused. I'm just like, why is this the case? I mean, have them come in the bar, have them come in along the way, especially when Percy, like, fails the stealth. Have them come in as, like, a Deus Ex Machina to save the situation. I mean, it would take some finagling to, like, make that feel right, but just as much as previous guests have. I mean, yeah, that is... It's strange to me from, like, a normal D&D perspective. It is also strange to me from, like, a actual play production perspective. Like, neither one makes sense to me. Yeah, huh. Weird. Weird. I don't know. I'm usually torn on the guests in C1. When they are there for a couple of episodes, it works better, I think. Sure. I mean, that's fair in general. I'm not even really that, like, confused at, them having guests or whatever. I know that that's, like, a thing that they're into. But, yeah. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You can't gauge guests at CR versus other tables. Basically, it's a PR opportunity for the guests. I doubt they would have a problem waiting. Dude, even from a PR perspective, like, I don't know. It's very strange for me. I don't know. Even from that perspective, which I can get. This feels odd to me from, like, any perspective I can think of. Because I'll agree with this in general. This feels very Chris Hardwick to me. Chris Hardwick's, like, Candlemaker that joined them for the Pyra. Yeah, sure, whatever. But he randomly joins them just, like, on the road. Could have been, like, you could have worked in this character just as easily as you worked in Chris Hardwick's character. In, like, a similar fashion. And had them in much, much earlier. So, And placing them here at this point kind of ruins the whole flow of the exploration sequence to me. Like, I made that whole point about how not having the initial room be empty, like having something in the room and having this tense morality check within the room was a really good choice for keeping the tension up. This is kind of the opposite. This puts such a huge, like, screeching stop to the pace. To bring in this character that they now have to, because that the players are going to roleplay this. They're going to actively avoid acting as if this is a guest PC, because that's what they always do. Similar to how they have to roleplay Ashley, or I should say Pike, leaving and entering for 20 minutes every time, right? That's how they are. That's all good. Whatever. So that they're gonna take a bunch of time where there's going to be absolutely no stakes to the interaction because this is a guest player. Now they know it's a guest player. They're not gonna kill her now, right? There's no her as in the dwarf, not the player. They're not gonna kill the dwarf now that they know it's a guest player. So it's just totally sucked any amount of tension that had built. Like, from an actual play production telling a story perspective, it is not only just that it feels weird to me to introduce a guest player this late, this is a weird point for that introduction to take place. It's a total pace killer. And I really wonder at, like, the backing logic of Matt. Because Matt has to have a reason for doing this. Right? Like, people don't just, like, make totally random arbitrary decisions. Especially when you're prepping the entrance of a guest PC. Like, Matt certainly had a rationale. I just can't imagine what it is. Yeah, huh. The guide was a Percy ask, I think, this session, so I don't think Matt prepared for it. I mean, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, have them come in the bar, have them, like, want to get in on it. I mean, fuck, have the devil say, hey, someone else has to work off their debt to me. They're going to join you. And then, hey, it's a guest player. Yeah, not really applicable for how this works in a home game. See, when guest appearances almost do feel like PR opportunities. Good comparison, Ross. Yeah, that's fair. But even I would, if this was me getting a PR opportunity, I'd be a little frustrated. Definitely gets better throughout the campaigns. I can't stress how much C2 improves on all fronts, including guests in the arrangement. Hey, fair enough. It's just, yeah, this is Strange. Yeah. Mary and Will were coworkers. Kit Buss was their artist at the time, etc. I mean, I think, we'll never truly know how, is it a content relationship where they're professional friends? Are they friends? Who knows? Obviously, they were all in the industry together, and they seem to be friends, not just coworker friends. So, clearly, it's possible within their sort of mindset. I don't know. I don't know that it fully matters to me. Also, they were going to kill a pit fiend. Why bring an unarmed, mostly naked dwarf along? Yeah, Bing Bong. Like, I don't care if this is a guest PC. I don't care if this is a new character, right? Imagine that one of their other characters got killed or left, like Scanlan, and this is Laura Bailey's new character, and this is how they come into the campaign. This is weird for that. Like, just as a character introduction, it is strange to me. Yeah, yeah. Let's see more of it, but strange. That's all I can say.
Sit there this whole damn time?
Oh no, like you guys were shopping. I get it.
Oh,
Or something. I understand.
Already sad.
Okay, get him, dude. Hell yeah.
Oh shit! Like, what if she wouldn't have been tortured if we got here earlier?
Guys, by the way, for any future guests who want to come on the show, we don't normally treat our guests this way.
There's like 3 more guests still waiting in line.
They've been here for weeks.
Yeah, the queue is fucked.
No, it was horrible.
So as you hear a noise, and as you come to in the darkened room with just the faint.
Yeah, they normally don't. Why did Matt in this case? Unless ND was like, I want it to be a surprise. That's the most plausible explanation I can think of. Is that ND said, I want this to be a surprise, and I want to get to the point where it will be surprising. Like, if I come in too early, it won't be as much of a surprise. And they just wanted it to be a surprise. That's literally the only explanation I can come up with that makes sense. Is that ND asked Matt, put me at a point where they will not expect. Yeah.
Glow of the candelabra in the corner, you kind of glance over, dart, and you see a series of shapes filtering in from a door that you haven't noticed before in the chamber, and begin whispering to each other, and they're looking over towards you occasionally.
I'm going to...
One of them suddenly goes, hello, and the rest go, shh.
Are you alive?
Hello.
I just sigh heavily and then I go, who the fuck are you?
I'm going to gingerly go over and very quietly say, we are a remarkable opportunity if you're willing to be quiet and maybe have a little faith in the truth in this very dark place.
Okay.
She's bleeding from her eyes.
As you get a close look at it too, you see she has darker kind of auburn red hair with a shock of white gray in it, kind of shaved on the sides, one gnarled ear that's been just chewed and torn, and a series of scratch scars across the front of her face.
I will grab a healing draft and offer it.
I can cast Cure Wounds on her.
Let's not fight. Just heal her.
Also, what if Terry didn't put the door there? I mean, my assumption is that the dwarf would have been in a room that they had to go into for the flow of the dungeon to make sense. I would assume that they would need to go into that room. And when Terry put the door there, Matt just saw an opportunity to get ND in quicker. Is what I would guess. Okay.
I just want to know if it's safe to heal her. How did you get here?
That's a pretty long story.
We've had nothing but time.
Is it safe to release you?
Yes. Can I get off this table, please? Or
It's a pretty long time, and by the way, if you were an NPC and you were being this obtuse, Vox would have told you to fucking hit the road, head out that door, scramble over the brambles, good luck, soldier, or they would have killed you by now. Like, let's not mince words about how Vox Machina treats NPCs.
What are we doing?
Is she lashed to it?
She is manacled to it, but both ankles and wrists are manacled to
I
this.
cast Cure Wounds on
Manacles,
her.
trapped, or at all. I'm gonna
Make,
check
make
the
an
traps.
investigation check.
Let's make a deal.
Really high.
We let you go. You don't let anyone know we're here, and you don't try to kill us.
Okay.
Can I insight check her?
Yeah.
33, I'm gonna trap it.
Oh, I got that's the worst insight ever into her.
I'll do it with you.
10.
12.
She seems really honest.
What'd you get?
10.
She's hard to read. She seems brusque and honestly chained to a.
And all right, this is. I'm not gonna talk about this for too long, man, because I've talked about it in regards to Pike before. But not only is this a weird introduction point, and not only is Matt, should you have a decent understanding of how long it was going to take them to get here, there's also an aspect to this of like, from both the player side and the GM side, right? Like, why are we insight checking it right now? Why are we taking the time to roll dice, man? Like, it is just, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I won't talk about it for too long. It is just like, man, I was so into it in a way that I did not expect to be, and then just talk about just the pace breaks, man. This is just the pace breaks times 11. It is, yeah. I don't know. Have you looked at Tova's class? Blood Hunter. Blood Hunter? Whoa. Whoa, I know that. I think that this little emo boy is gonna play one in C2. Oh shit, he might not. I might have to change my my Taliesin prediction, because I thought that was going to be the introduction to Blood Hunter, was going to be Taliesin playing one in C2. Oh no. Oh no, do I need to? No, I'm going to commit to it. I still think he's going to do it. But it is crazy. I did not expect to see it before C2. That is very interesting. How does he do it? Oh, man. Because VM can't trust anyone, they insight check every single person. They're addicted to getting a sweet, sweet whisper from Matt. But, like, I don't know. You just know that that's not gonna happen here. Like, I already think that they insight check too many people. I think that they waste too much time on insight checks. This is maybe the pinnacle of wasting time on insight checks, because you know it's a temporary character and it's not gonna matter. And if they have any manner of interesting backstory, it's gonna come out over the course of play, right? So it is, and I think it kind of, honestly, it kind of bothers me, because it is like insight checking her. The dwarf here is putting up a facade of treating the dwarf like a normal NPC, when this is not at all how they treat normal NPCs. Right? It's like, if you're going to treat them like a normal NPC, killing them should be on the table right now. Right? You should not be so gung-ho on bringing them with you. But of course you are, because they're a guest PC. So why are we even wasting time on even pretending, man? Like why? It's It's weird. I don't even know what to call it. I don't even know what to call what it is and why it bothers me. But it feels like almost adjacent to like poser behavior. It's like, what are we even doing right now, right? Like, I don't believe you. I don't believe that you're treating her like a normal NPC. So why are we insight checking her? Right? I don't know. But that feels harsh. That feels harsh. I ultimately don't care about it that much. It's just all strange, man. I don't know how to handle this. It's
table and probably tortured. Yeah, no.
Okay.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
You know what it is? It gives me the ick. I think that's how I would phrase it. It gives me the ick. What they're doing right now. It's just it's just ick. It's not bad player behavior. It's not, I'm not going to say like, oh, they shouldn't do this if they really want to. But it gives me the ick. If I'm doing a test table, if I'm doing a first date one shot to see if I fuck with like playing with certain players and a player does this, I'm not going to warn other DMs about it. It's not a problem, but it gives me the ick. It's going to be a slot down on wanting to play with them again. It's just, I don't know. What are we doing? Oh, man. I don't mind it. They're playing in character. They're not. That's my problem. They're not playing in character. If you show me another example of them meeting an honest-to-God NPC in this sort of tense situation, they do not treat that NPC as generously as they are treating this guest PC. They do not treat them with this level of graciousness and respect. A guest NPC, or not a guest NPC, a normal NPC that has interacted the way that this dwarf has so far, they're about 2 sentences away from getting murdered. With normal Vox Machina. Vox Machina is like Vax is circling around to have good backstabbing leverage at this moment. If this is a normal NPC. So I would argue that they're not playing in character. They're being way too nice. They're being so nice, but then they're just putting on that little sprinkle of in character. Just a little just a little sprinkle to like pretend like they're being in character, but they're not. Bleh. Ick. Gross. You're not compatible. Yours not compatible, and that's okay. Yeah. I think I'm broadly compatible with the Critical Role players in a lot of ways. This is one way that I am not. I'm not compatible. They insight check everyone. It's par for the course. Oh, that's not the part that's out of character. I fully agree with you there. That's not out of character at all. The fact that they are being so nice to her is out of character. They're being so fucking nice. In a way that is crazy if this is not a guest PC. I would be like, what the fuck? What is going on right now? I would be actively confused if they were being this nice to a normal NPC. That's the part that's out of character for me. Insert Kynan. Insert Kynan! Kynan was a clearly pure-hearted kid, and they went bonk the first time they met. Yeah, that's a good example. The character was being tortured, to be fair. Sure. So was Kima. I think they were more trepidatious. I could be wrong about this. This might be a biased memory. But in my memory, they were more trepidatious about Kima, who had been clearly and obviously tortured in the Emberhold. and who they knew by description. They were there to retrieve her. And they were more cautious and skeptical of Kima than they are being of this NPC. That could be a misremembering, though. Don't take that to the bank. But that's the example I'll use. Ay, 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 ay. I wouldn't necessarily say it's in character, but it's a playstyle that CR has. The insight checks just happen all the time, and it can be prompted by literally anything, both in and out of game. Sure. I guess at least with most of their insight checks, there's at least an amount of stakes to them, right? I can believe that they will possibly discover something there. I'm just a guest player. The stakes are in the floor for me. On this whole interaction, I'm just like, fucking whatever, man. Oh, man. I don't know. Yeah. The insight check doesn't bother me. It's everything around the insight check, I suppose. God, my encoder is struggling. Sorry, I keep freezing. I don't know why that's happening. Also, at some point, the insight checks almost become an inside joke. That's fair. That's fair. And if this honestly wasn't, I think this is also being compounded by the extra strangeness of this situation to me. It's like, it's taking something that is already almost an ick for me, and then inserting it within the rest of this weirdness. And suddenly, like, the reason that I, get a little bit turned off by, or I guess like the downsides, right, kind of get amplified by the situation here. But I don't know. It's not that big a deal. I'm going off and on about it, but it's fine. It's whatever.
I'll cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level.
Nothing you can do is as powerful as what I was about to give her.
Oh, really?
Came out was happened upon in a very
Yes,
similar way.
go ahead.
Very similar.
I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah.
You are
Why? Why are you trying to be nice?
You hear Tyrion say that as soon as you finish casting the spell into the dwarf woman.
Terry, would you like to have a go at it?
We'll see how well.
18 plus.
Okay.
The most condescending I think I've ever
18, do I add anything?
Yeah,
Plus
your
my spell
wisdom
casting.
modifier.
Nice.
18 plus 3, 21 whole points.
So once you're kind of groggy, the sudden flash of divine energy and the healing power that sifts through your body, it brings a moment of respite and calmness to you, and you feel a lot better than you did a few moments ago.
Cool.
What the?
Can I get off this table now?
Dude, if you had to pick, I so fully believe you that you have no idea what happens and, whatever. Because if I had to pick a single member of Vox Machina that I think will be alive at the end of this, or that I think is the most likely to be alive in the last episode of the campaign, it's Vex. If I was ranking them on most likely to die by the end of the campaign, Vex is my top choice for surviving. She's my sole survivor, all right? So we can joke about Vex's death all we want, because I don't believe anyone that is predicting Vex's death. And even if she does die, it's temporary. It's temporary. I don't buy it. It's temporary, it's an illusion, it's a trick. No shot. No shot she is dead in the last episode. Maybe the most I will accept is that the rest of the alive characters think that she's dead, and then the last shot of the campaign is us zooming out over the battlefield and seeing a lone figure off in the distance on a hilltop, watching the players as they enter Castle Whitestone. And Percy shades his eyes and looks out, and he thinks he might see the silhouette of a bear next to it as the figure turns around and walks into the forest. Like, that's the most I will accept. Anything. Yes, on a broom. Thank you, Brittany. Absolutely. Absolutely on a broom. Yeah, pre-watched. Yeah, it's all pre-watched. And this is how you know that I've actually pre-watched all of Critical Role. Yeah. Megan's fortune telling. I'm seeing the future. Oh man, yeah. She's the final girl. Yeah, she's the final girl. Absolutely. Really? I'd go with the unkillable, unkilled moon druid. Problem with Keyleth, she might sacrifice herself. She might play the hero. She might, you know, I could see Percy wanting to sacrifice himself, and it's like the final big moment of their arc and relationship is like, and her like final words are something along the lines of like, everyone else here has sacrificed enough for the world. Everyone here has sacrificed enough for me. Let me do something for you. And like, you know, fucking Percy's holding like a scary Guardians of the Galaxy Infinity Stone crystal, and he like reluctantly takes his hands off and gives it to Keyleth, and she vaporizes to save the world or whatever. That's the problem with Keyleth. That's why I could see Keyleth dying before the end of the campaign. She might not be killed. She might sacrifice herself. But I think her being unalive is more likely than Vex. Because Vex ain't sacrificing herself for shit, bro. No way. No way. The final ep is a conga line of them all sacrificing themselves until Vex is the last one left. Yeah, they all do the Guardians of the Galaxy, like, let's all clasp hands and do the Infinity Stone, and then Vex like just like slowly backs out. She's like, oh, you guys can do that. No, thank you. But that's how I know. Talking about Vex's death might as well be talking about the Raven Queen's death. For as likely as I think it is. Actually, I'll be real. I would find the Raven Queen dying to be more likely than Vexalia Vessar dying. I'll tell you that right now. I will stake my reputation on that. This is the hill I will die on. Because I know we're seeing Vax on a hill that she didn't die on.
Max, can you help me pick these locks?
So, what'd you roll, Vax?
Oh, 31 or 3.
Yeah, the manacles are not trapped. They are.
All right. All right, yeah, we'll get you off. Give us a second.
I'll work on the legs if you work on the hands.
All right, so go ahead. Both you guys roll. Thick blocks.
Which is what?
30.
All right, so it's dex bonus plus proficiency bonus.
Oh, awesome.
What's your name?
What?
What's your name?
Why are we whispering?
There's bad guys everywhere. We're in hell.
Oh, right.
24.
Okay, so yeah, guys, take a quick moment and very deftly and very quietly, the twins in unison release the manacles, and you instinctively sit up and kind of rub your wrists.
Wow, have you guys been rehearsing that? That was impressive. Good
Thanks.
job.
Try a little fist
Whoa,
bump.
there's 2 of them.
Oh, fuck.
Good.
Hi. I know it's confusing sometimes. What's your name?
What's your name?
I'm Tova. Tova. Who the fuck are you?
That's
Why are you
your,
in here? Well, this
Well,
is
we're
Freddie.
tourists.
That's your back.
We're
That's
Vox
Wade and Wode,
Yeah,
and
it's
that's
not. It's
Greg.
too much info. It's not.
Tova?
You can call us Mox Vakina.
Let's put it this way. We're sneaking into this unholy compound in basically a city of hell to do something inappropriate. We find you tied to a table. We figure that maybe you're in the mood to...
Did you see
people out.
season 2 of Prison Break?
No one saw
Because
that.
that's what we're doing.
Yeah, we're here to solve a problem, and
I think that,
Are we killing something? Yeah.
yes.
No. So can I come?
Yes.
Put you-
Where's your shit?
Yeah, Tova, did you have a weapon when you were
I
plotting?
did. It was really cool too. Can we go find it?
Yeah, what'd you have?
Ow. I shouldn't have moved that fast. Hang on. Yeah, I have really cool a maul.
Ooh, really?
It's really cool. It's here somewhere.
Just somewhere.
I don't know where.
Should we look around the room?
How
for the
healed am I?
mole?
Am I?
But with that, you're back to full.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, 'cause you've been resting for a while and kind of recovering from the wounds of the
Resting.
last.
So there's no one else in
torture
here,
session.
right? Is it still dark?
It is. The chamber has like low.
And also has, assumingly, a 16 AC unarmored. I don't know if Bloodhunter has unarmored AC. They might.
flickering light from 2 different candelabras, both one near you guys in the corner and one near the center doorways over here.
We have a
I
map.
got the flame tongue dagger out. Is your shit on the walls around here? Do you see it in here?
Yeah, I light up my hands.
You guys do a quick pass. You look around, and there are some chests in around here, and as you carefully kind of go, there's some they're left open, and you do not see any of your equipment within them.
Do you see anything
Is
cool
there anything
though?
I can use?
I mean, you see like there are a number of torture implements. You see there.
Can I have one?
Yeah, which of the things that look most
Fucking why, bro? Oh my god. I just gotta keep watching at this point because there's no, even under the rationale I have set up for this point, to this point in my mind for why ND's character is coming in this late. Why is her equipment not in the room? Like, oh man, what are we doing here? I mean, I guess, okay, wait. Okay. I guess there's maybe an aspect of like, protect the NPC? I don't know. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Is like that this is a new side objective of protect the friendly NPC. So now you have to be quiet and you have to puppy guard Tova. Ugh. Ugh. Meg's constantly annoyed by the PCs lately. Look. The ick has passed. The ick has passed. We're past it. It's fine. Now I don't even know if I'm annoyed at Matt. Because I can't even, like, understand Matt right now. When I was annoyed at the PC, or at the players in episode 91, I understood what was going on. I understood why they were doing what they were doing. I just didn't fuck with it. But I'm just lost here, man. This is a strange scene.
It's useful to you. There's a giant iron fork.
like her.
There are chain hooks.
Mike would be
We have
so
lots of
happy
weapons.
right
I
now.
know.
She loves torture devices.
I'll get that big old fork.
All right, so you got it's like a 2-pronged, long,
Only
thick
2?
metal fork.
Okay.
Not to like slow your roll or nothing, but I have a great sword if you want one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, that sounds better.
Okay.
I'll put the fork back.
Are you sure you can handle a great sword? It's like big league.
I'm very strong. You don't.
All right.
Probably bigger than I am. But
It is, but as a dwarf, you're stocky and strong with your background as well.
Hell yeah,
Not an issue.
Nicole.
Tova, that sword makes you look so tall. Thank you.
What the fuck happened to your face? Shit.
Oh, this was pre-existing, actually.
Ooh.
Faces then.
Unfortunate home chemistry set accident.
Oh,
Are you an
he knows something about
alchemist?
that.
It wasn't my chemistry set.
At this point, you hear a
All right, that was really funny. Look, I gotta recognize a good line when I see it. That's funny. That implies so much, and I'm into it.
sound and a door. So we need to open on the north end of the wall. If you make stealth checks, Tyrion and Grog with disadvantage.
Yeah, still have pass on a
Oh, that's good.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
That was
19 for me.
a 19 and a 20. A natural 19 and a natural 20.
Wait, am I?
With disadvantage, you got a 19?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Because we have plus
oh, plus 9,
one.
yeah.
So
At least
21,
Matt's-
31.
Moving them
Am I
along.
joining in here, or can I just get back on the table?
You can get on the table if you want.
Because I failed that, so I get back on the table.
All right, but you do it noisily.
I flop down
All
heavily
right.
on the table.
So the door opens. As it does,
God, oh God.
a
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
a,
It's a map.
a creature comes through similar to
It's a map.
Ipkesh, another humanoid. This one a little thicker, burlier, with kind of a medium gray hair that's kind of tangled mass into dreads right past the shoulders. Big leathery red wings, red skin, horns at the front, and has a big sword. It kind of is pulling out of a sheath in the side of it as it comes in, looking around the room. Which it immediately kind of steps into the chamber as you guys all hide off to the side. Shit! And it's gonna turn around and just go running in the
No,
opposite
I shoot
direction.
an arrow in the back of his neck.
Okay, so this is going to be a surprise, not a surprise round. I know you guys are there, but this is going to be a roll for initiative. Everyone, roll some initiative.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. That's bad. That's a natural 1.
Oh,
Man, I was so excited and then it went away so quickly.
Alrighty. So,
I'm waiting to
tumble
see
around.
the
We have 25
map
20?
bigger.
Anybody?
28.
20. Jesus Christ. Okay. 25 to 20, anybody? Good?
Yeah, you roll +6. Oh, cool. Oh, that's good. 21.
Oh, 21, nice. Alrighty. 20 to 15?
18.
18. All right.
16.
16. 15 to 10?
14.
Grog.
I think.
10 to 5? 5 to 1?
4.
3.
Oh, kids.
It's the one-hand
Alrighty.
initiative.
Percival, you're up first. You see this devilish humanoid beginning to pivot
Can you
and turn.
point to me on
You're
the
right there.
map?
Don't. Go on.
I'm okay. I'm gonna do a couple things.
Okay.
Blow the cover fire.
Blow the cover for.
Yeah, exactly.
light this candle.
Don't do so. Go on.
I'm going to
Don't
take my
use a gun.
movement to run around him and shut the door
Okay.
using my boots because my boots are already active.
Right. The doorway is about the size of him, so
Oh, it's too big?
It takes up the entire doorway essentially. And it's just pivoting after it notices you guys, so you're gonna have to make a tumble check to try and make it past him.
Oh, well, okay. Hold on then.
Acrobatics roll, but yeah.
You know what? I'll do the.
One of the most fair acrobatics rolls I've seen in a while, or not most fair, but definitely, absolutely.
Acrobatics roll to try and shut the door, so to try and.
Okay, so you're trying to basically, as
And
he
good thinking.
goes to spin around, you dash forward and roll into a tumble to try and pop up on the other side. So go to acrobatics check.
That'll do. 22.
22.
Will it do?
Natural 20 on his end. So as you tumble, you're not even noticing, the world spins as you go into a roll, and suddenly there's just a flash of white, and there's just a foot, a massive boot in your face as the individual slams a kick into your head to stop you from tumbling forward, and you stop in place. So you're currently
yeah,
prone on the
no,
ground.
it's a
but you
good
still have your
idea.
action if you want.
I'm gonna take 3 slashes at him with my sword.
Go for it. You are prone. You have disadvantage on your attack rolls.
Disadvantage on the attack rolls?
Yes.
But I'm prone. Okay, so attack number 1. That don't matter. 28.
That hits.
Just do attack.
Interesting. That's fair. I mean, I don't know if I'm more or less. No, I'm definitely more harsh than than Matt, because I would have just said, yeah, you're prone, and that was your action, bro. You don't get 3 attacks. You were trying to shut a whole ass door and do a tumble in between. You used your movement and your action, dude. Well, I guess you didn't get to the door. Ooh, I'd have to think about it. I think he would either be prone or he would lose his action. I would actually, you know what? I think, I don't know. Now I don't know what I would have done in the moment, but I think the thing that I like the most on reflection is you are falling prone. You can use your action to not. But I'm harsh on that sort of thing. Depending on where he was, I guess. I love Gunless Percy. I'd love to be in Talos Place and create a character only to have the core of his character identity be irrelevant. Fair enough. Isn't the only cost of getting out of prone half your movement? Yeah. But I am very how do I say it? I'm very extreme when it comes to creative plays that possibly require checks in combat. I'm very high effect, if that makes sense, because I really want to try and encourage it. But I'm pretty harsh when it comes to failure. Which is funny because I think I come off as pretty laissez-faire, whatever the players want on stream, especially when I defend fudging. I think people kind of assume I'm always tilting things towards the players. But no, I mean the consequence for failing that check in my head would be you wasted your action and you're prone. And you've used all your movement to try and do all that. And I would, if we're being real, I would probably clarify the cost ahead of time. But I would also I would absolutely allow him to close the door if he succeeds on the acrobatics check, and I would let him, if there's like a bar lock or something, if there's like an easy lock, I would also allow him to lock it, all in that one action. So I really like being super generous and like very much like very extreme in my support and like reward for creative thought during combat that isn't just I slash with my sword. Nothing wrong with slashing with your sword. I just want to really reward alternative strategies. But commensurately, I don't want to tilt things too much towards the players. So I'm also pretty the consequences for failure are also relatively high in magnitude. The cost is also relatively high. I scale up the cost and the reward at the same rate, and I want the reward to be high, so the cost rises as well. If that makes sense. Shutting off a class can be okay. Yeah, it can be. Don't fires get 2 actions, or is it that there are 2 attacks as part of the action? 2 attacks as part of the action. I mean, unless we're talking about Action Surge. Action Surge is a fighter feature that can give them an additional action if they use it. It's a class resource. But multi-attack is multiple attacks per action, not multiple actions. Very fair to be confused about. It's a confusingly worded feature. Yeah. Mega fudges against players confirmed. I fudge against and for my players. I do not, that is not the line I draw on fudging. The line I draw on fudging is this substantially different than I foreshadowed that it would be? Like, did I create an expectation that I am not meeting through fault of my prep? That's basically my entire line on fudging. If I am doing the thing that I prepped and that I warned them about, no fudging. No fudging involved. They play it out. But, yeah. I think it's fair. He ran up a wall, tried to tumble around, and fell feet. That's definitely no movement. I don't have a good sense of how far away he was. He was probably pretty close. But it's all about the disorientation. And by the way, I don't think that how Matt is ruling this is unfair. I'm just thinking about like, how would that differ at my table? And I do think that Matt is broadly a little bit, I don't want to say nicer than I am, but I think he's both the cost and the reward of doing non-feature provided actions is generally relatively light at his table. Like, he doesn't make it super costly for them to try something weird, but the weird thing also isn't going to give them that much benefit. Whereas my tables, both are definitely scaled up. But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with either approach. It's definitely just a tonal thing of like what you want to evoke. Yeah. Multi-attacks feature some monsters and animals get. The marshals get extra attack. That's fair, Perfect Fan. That's fair. Multi-attack is for monsters. Hey, my GM is showing. But you're right. It's extra attack. Anyways.
Number 2. That's 15.
15 misses.
Come on.
And 24.
That hits.
So 2 hits with the what's these?
And Tova, you're up next, so be ready.
Tova.
2 hits, so that's a
Is that a quiet gun?
I'm using a sword, not a gun, so that's
Right.
That's 18 points of damage.
Already?
18 points of damage, and let's just burn a little bit of electricity too, just to hurt him as well. So, sorry.
18 from both strikes?
That's everything combined.
Yeah.
And then let's do a, where's, here we are. Let's do, where is the damage? 1d6 lightning. So let's just burn 2 charges of that as well.
Alright.
I'm out of d6s for some reason that I cannot comprehend.
Here.
Thank you. And let's add 5 points of lightning damage to that.
Alright, so as you land on the ground, you pull your sword out and just swipe 3 times in the air, 2 of them striking across its thigh and the kneecap. It still stands, but you see it took a nice sizable chunk out of it. That ends your turn, Percival? Tova, what are you doing? You're currently still up on the table, sitting up. You have the great sword at your side, and you watch as one of the new people stumbles into the ground and then slashes at this creature a couple times, and it's right there, kind of still trying to find its way out. What are you doing?
I'm gonna grab this cool new greatsword that I have, stand up on the table, and just jump at this guy's head and swing at it with my cool new greatsword.
Yeah. Alright, so as you leap in the air, bring it down, go ahead and make both attacks. First one. This would be a plus 10 because it's not magical, I believe, right?
Okay.
Just a plus 1 your
That's
damage.
a 13 and a 17.
That's a 13 and a 17 to hit?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, neither hit. Oh, the one
tied a table for a while.
The first one, it hits the front of its armor and just scrapes off the side. The other one, you swing back and it slams into the stonework and it just ducks underneath. In bonus action, anything you want to do?
Yes.
Or tries to run away?
I'm gonna turn into a bear.
Okay.
What?
Oh my god!
Action.
Are you a Toba's my favorite
You watch,
person
not just,
in the whole
you watch now,
universe.
you see the clothing that was on her before wasn't torn from torture, but her form rages into this bipedal humanoid bear with rippling muscles, the same scars across the face, and begins to just growl as the greatsword now looks it's almost small in comparison in this mighty kind of humanoid bear's grasp.
Awesome. Bjorned it.
That's the end of your turn.
I'm just wearing sexy bear clothes now.
Oh my god, it's like a bra, like a little bikini.
Awesome.
All right, the devil creature is going to go ahead and turn around
Teach me.
Fantasy novel cover.
and attempt to move this way to the door. Both of you guys get an attack opportunity as it rushes away.
Oh no, it's getting away.
No!
We've got to stop it. We've got to stop it.
Disadvantage or no?
Yes, because you're still prone.
Come on, Percy. Oh, son of a bitch!
24.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage. There's 2d6 for the damage on the greatsword.
Okay, 2D, oh, sorry.
Plus.
Rusty at this.
Be plus 6 because your strength is 5 and plus 1 for the weapon.
That is 2d6 plus 1?
Plus 6 total.
Okay, so that is 13.
Okay, and if you ever roll a 1 on the dice, or a 1 or 2, you can re-roll it once.
Point of random order before you
Can we roll
run.
it twice?
You can roll each one once, like if it gets under that. That's part of your Great Master.
Right.
Random point of order. Isn't this a surprise round?
No.
No.
Damn it.
They noticed us.
He noticed us. Okay, never mind.
Well, I rolled another one, so
Also,
it's
that's not a thing.
So 13 points of damage. Alrighty.
Yes, I should say.
So you hack at it as it's running away, but it still manages to go get out over the side. It goes to the next door and throws it open.
No.
Okay, you guys still can't quite see what's in that chamber beyond from your perspective, and it's going to move in. It just gets about that far into the chamber. All right, that gets us to Vax's turn.
Shit, and he's out of sight now?
Yeah, he just moved. He's out of sight of you currently, because you're over here.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't see him.
I'm gonna. I can't really see from where I'm at, so I want to move more in line with the door and see if I can see him if I run over.
You can.
him.
If you run to where the doorway is open, you can see him as he's just disappearing into a darkened chamber beyond.
But go through it because you're gonna.
Dagger.
Go for it.
Okay. First one is bowls is 17.
Misses.
Second one is a 29.
29 hits.
Yeah. Fuck a duck. There's 2 plus, that is just 2, but it's the poison dagger, so I'm gonna unload venom in him.
Okay.
DC 15.
That is a 12. No.
Okay. So he takes that's the wrong die. Oh no, it's going as far as it possibly can. That is 19.
Okay, 19.
Yeah, 10 and a 9.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. All right, so the dagger, you see him stumble for a moment as his wings kind of instinctually curl up from the sudden burst of poison in his system. So.
That's it. I'm out. I'm done.
You still have some more movement if you wanted to.
No,
yeah,
I
back
don't.
out of the way
I
of the
wanna stay
door.
where I am.
Okay, so you're gonna stay in the doorway?
Well, you can move out of the way of the doorway so that other people can shoot at him that are maybe in line of sight. Just move out of the doorway.
Nope. Okay. That brings us to Vex's turn. Vex, your turn.
What the fuck? Thanks for
I'm
blocking
across
my
the
fucking
country, man. I
shot.
can't really see.
It's all good. I mean, he's staying low, and your brother knows not to block the whole path. So.
All
I'm
right.
always doing squats, man.
Well then, I'm gonna shoot him.
Go for it.
Your brother?
No, I'm gonna shoot the
right further in the
dude, the
chamber,
red guy. I'm gonna
actually.
shoot him.
You know, a little weird to not move when the players that are there are being like, hey, please move, and just be like, no, and then say, I'm across the country, I can't see shit. It's like, yeah, that's why they're asking you to move. That's why they're communicating it to you. But good on Matt just being like, hey, it doesn't matter. It's all good. Don't worry about this. Let's move along.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him.
Go for it.
Okay, the first one is a 20.
20 hits.
Okay. Oh, balls. Fucking shit. 11 plus 4 lightning damage, and then I'm gonna fucking hunter's mark him, motherfucker, because I forgot to do it.
Alrighty.
Because I'm a fucking asshole.
Oh, wow. That's six. One.
And then the second one definitely hits him too.
Keep it up.
So,
You got to love yourself.
so then I am going to. Where's my damn 8s? Okay, here they are. God damn it! 9, 10, 11. 11. 11 plus 1 lightning damage because I suck.
Okay.
And then 4 for hunter's mark.
Alrighty. So both arrows he stumbles forward, kind of like falls to one knee for a second, and is still picking up and running.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So that finishes your turn.
That was 9 swears in one turn.
Was it? Sorry.
That brings us to Grog.
I do a burpee off the floor.
Easy enough for you.
Take it running through the doorway.
30, 35, 40, 45, 50. You can just get within melee range because crazy barbarian speed. You also reveal the rest of the chamber.
Please don't be any more people in there. Shit.
You see two of the. This chamber contains a bunch of.
Oh God.
A bunch of looks like cells of some kind that lock off doors, and two of the limarees, the weird fleshy, tortured spirit things, kind of lie in the corner that all of a sudden see you as you charge in and just pay attention to your appearance. So what are you gonna do?
I see him and I say hi, and I rage.
Okay, that's a bonus action.
Yeah, and I'm gonna hit him twice.
Go for
Yeah.
Wait. All right, number one, we're about to go to break, which will probably be our, well, cross your fingers, probably our last one before the end. But okay. Huh. Okay. What is this little room? Okay. I'm into it. Where? Okay, so they're back here, and there are cells of some kind? I'm gonna need to see the whole thing, but I like this little like antechamber guy. I don't mind this. I don't know what the fuck's going on in here. Is this the guy? Is this the guy that's like running for help? I kind of assume it is because he has the 2 rings on him. Huh. Okay. I don't have a good enough. What's up? I keep forgetting to set the break timer thing where it like plays the overlay. I need to fix my thing for it that made it automagic because that got deleted. But yeah, I can't fully see what's going on enough to fully evaluate this yet, but I like a little ante-chamber situation here between the two bigger rooms. This is a great choke point. So, you know, I can't really tell immediately what its purpose is, but, you know, maybe I'll figure that out later.
Oh, what are you gonna do?
I see him and I say, hi, and I rage.
Okay, this is a bonus action?
Yeah, and I'm gonna hit him twice.
Yeah.
Oh, reckless, please.
Yes.
Angle, I'm having, but the
That is-
lighting as well.
To his death.
24.
That hits.
Nice. 9 plus... Wait, there it is. 21.
21 points of damage?
Yes.
Alrighty.
The second one. Reckless. Thank God, because I was the one. 20, 31.
That hits. Go to damage.
Just 11, 23 points of damage.
Okay. As you rush forward, slam once into the back of his shoulder, he kind of falls to his knee again, still wounded from the slashing to his thighs and arrows out of his back. The wings kind of unfurl a bit. He turns around, looking like he's about to point his finger towards you. There's like a flash in the eye, like it's attempting to have some sort of effect before it does. You bring the hammer down onto his face. Whack! And as it does, he just caves inward and falls to the ground, unmoving.
That was hot.
Drag him back in here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're going to time yourself with this shit.
Oh, I don't have anything else to do. That was
All
my
right, then
bonus
it's
action
your
already.
That may be the end of the...
That brings us to Tyrion's turn.
Oh, no.
I will cast haste on myself,
Okay.
and
Are there...
I will then start moving. Where am I?
You're right here.
I'm gonna go, I guess, the direction Grog went.
All right, so 5, 10,
Following your plan.
30, 35, 40.
Was the alarm raised? Did the devil guy like raise the alarm, or did they make too much noise? I'm not sure why we're still in initiative.
You get all the way into this room, you still have 20 feet of movement left as you enter next to Grog and see two of the fleshy masses of tortured souls kind of starting to make their way in the direction of you and Grog.
What do I have
Your bonus action, that's it.
Oh.
So you cast haste and then did your movement.
Sure. I will. Bonus action. Okay, I'll just pull out my rod,
Every time.
grip it hard,
Right.
Jump down on it.
jump down on it. maybe grip it with my left hand so it feels different.
Very well.
I'll say Lance, and I'll just use the rest of my movement to just charge at somebody.
Okay. You run running towards one of these creatures, and as you get closer and you see it kind of becomes more and more apparent in your vision, the more horrifying it gets as you get closer. Like, what's 30 gonna do?
So many things.
As I took off, I just said, "Doty, on me!" So he's coming.
All right, Doty's movement is
40.
I like on me better than roll out.
Doty has to spend half
Really?
difficult to get through the doorway and gets about that far. So Doty actually pushes Vax out of the way. He has to bend down and get into the central chamber. Doty can use the rest of the movement to get into the room with you. 3, 4, 5, 6. Doty can get right there. That's all Doty can do this turn. Alrighty, that brings us to Keyleth's turn.
That's what cool people say. My turn. Guy's dead, right? That Grog was after.
Yes.
Okay.
It is hell.
It is hell.
Can Grog not see the to the right of him yet?
Grog can see both of these things here. I mean, Tyrion see this way, I mean?
Yeah.
Tyrion can just barely begin to see a hallway that goes further that way.
Okay.
Is that that's not a double demony guy behind Grog?
Over here, you mean?
No, that you almost touched it. Sorry.
You don't see anything in that. You're standing in your room right now.
What's that?
What's this here?
That.
That's Doty.
That.
That is Grog.
Okay. Okay.
It's
That's
yeah,
what I
the
need
top
to
down's a
know.
little tricky.
Yeah, sorry.
And I don't see anything.
You don't see anything in the chamber. Everyone just kind of, your new friend turned into a bear, and everyone ran through a door.
This is you. Tova. So cute.
Tova! You're really awesome! Are you also a druid?
But you can still
I
speak in
actually
your
can't
form.
talk. I just don't feel like it. It's been a long day.
That's even better.
Uh-huh.
All right.
I move and I peek my head through the door. 1, 2, 3, 4.
25, 30. You can just get into this chamber with your movement.
Grog! What's going on? You okay? All right.
You don't have earpieces. We can just talk to each other. You want to
Grog, I don't know what to fucking do right
I
now.
squished his head.
Bring him back in.
Bring him back in. Okay. I can't move anymore though.
You can if you use your action, but that's all you can do this turn.
I'm screaming and running at one of them.
Yeah,
so-
not very stealthily,
Elements of surprise.
not very stealthily or manly.
Okay. There's not a lot I can do right now. So I'm gonna say, Grog, you got this shit. You got it. And I'm gonna cast enhance ability, and I'm gonna give him enhanced strength.
What?
So any strength checks you make are with advantage.
And I think you get something. I
But you
think
already had that with
something
raging,
else.
yeah.
Oh wait, what?
When he rages, he gets advantage on strength
Yeah,
checks.
make him smarter.
Handsomer,
Make him smarter?
more stealthy.
You can give
More
him.
stealthy. I'm gonna give him enhanced dex.
Okay, that's great. So you have advantage on any stealth
That's
checks you make.
Okay. Bro, it's hard. I almost... man. I don't know what I would do. Because... Sam just said that he's charging, screaming, not very stealthy, not very quiet. And if Matt had not reminded them so many times that stealth would matter, I would say, like, if he only said it once, maybe twice, I would say Matt should say something. Matt should be like, yo, remember, this is like a stealth mission. But Matt said it so many times. And I think it's possible that, like, Sam is just not taking, like, the stakes of the situation seriously, which I can't fully blame him for. Like, they are super high level. Like, we mention occasionally that Terry is much lower level than the rest of the party. He's still a tier 3 character. Like, he is still capable of taking on continental threats. And, I don't want to draw connections or correlations where they don't exist, right? The way Sam said he 100% knew what he was doing. Yeah. And it's like, and that's why I lean towards, like, he's just not taking the stakes seriously. Because, like, the way that Matt set it out, I would take the stakes of this very seriously. And like I said, I don't want to draw connections where there aren't any. But it is interesting to me that they were so careful and so paranoid and just like constantly thinking about how much attention they were drawing to themselves when they were outside of combat. Like when they were just in the streets in episode 91, beginning of episode 92, right? To the point where, Keyleth is like, I'm just going to go like look around. And they're like, I don't know about that, sister. I don't know if you should just look around, immortal companion. Miss Demigod, I don't know. I don't know about that. But now that they are much closer to a real legitimate threat, and they have been warned about exactly what will provoke that threat, they just do it? I mean, maybe it is just the unknown, right? Maybe that is the lesson here, is that if the players understand the stakes, they are more likely to play in ways that possibly even ignore said stakes or said dangers, right? It's very interesting. Yeah. I never considered that Terry's high level. He's supposed to have no experience of the world. How is he high level? Hand wavy bullshit. If we're being real with each other right now. The reason he is not level 17 is because he does not have experience of the world. But he's gotta be at least like 12 or 14. Otherwise, he would just be an active detriment to the party and he would die so quickly. So it's like, they're trying to make some accommodation for realness, but he's gotta be somewhat high level to even join the party. Just in like realistic terms, The fact that it's Sam that does it, it kind of is Sam being Sam, which is positives and negatives sometimes. I mean, maybe. But I'm even thinking about Sam. Sam and Tarion were very reserved during 91. And like, maybe Sam was just having a quiet day. But I'm not even drawing like a delineation between the characters. I'm drawing a delineation between episode 91 Sam / Terry, and episode 90, and right now, Sam and Terry. Even earlier in this episode, Sam and Terry. Terry was like, I don't want to spend any more time here. I don't like being here. And I mean, I guess in that conversation, in that planning conversation, I guess he did express some recklessness in yeah, I guess he expressed some recklessness in pursuit of getting things over with faster. But even then, like, this is just my impression of Sam. I think that if Sam thought there was a legitimate chance that breaking stealth right now might get one of the party killed, like, or even close to permadeath, I don't think he would do it for no reason, right? Because he is breaking stealth right now for no reason. I mean, I guess generously, he's breaking stealth for, like, one interpretation of character realness, right? I mean, Terry is multifaceted. He could have differences. But it's very interesting. And I really do wonder if it has to do with, okay, Sam now understands the stakes, right? The stakes are these devil guys. And you'll notice that, like, Terry did not do this scream until after they killed the devil. So now Sam Riegel has an understanding about how strong these devils are, right? About how much of a threat they pose, as well as the ultimate bad guy at the top, which is the Pit Fiend, which they've already killed one before. And now they have this extra combatant as well. I mean, she's probably weaker than the other players, but the advantage of numbers is real. So, yeah, it would be interesting, man. If I sometimes think about, like, the questions I would ask if I could ever get any of the players or Matt in an interview. And this would be one. Freddy's talking about Talks Machina, yeah. It's like, it would be interesting for me to ask Sam of, like, was it just that you evaluated the challenge and you were confident? So then you just felt very confident leaning into this more extreme version of Terry, this more risky version of Terry, in a way that you might not have in, like, episode 91 and early 92 when you're just walking around the street because you don't have a full grasp of the risks of going, full Terry out in the streets, Interesting. And I have to wonder, I think this is less likely, but maybe it's a factor of them having this them having this big pace break right before the combat started, where they're joking around, they're goofing around, there's a new guest PC, that really changed the tone that was being set up until that point. And so the tone directly before the combat was way lighter than it's been basically since they got to hell. Since they got to hell, there have been moments of levity, like the arm wrestling contest, but it's been pretty serious. And so I wonder how much that has to do with it. I don't know. This is not even really a critique of Matt or Sam or Critical Role in general. This is me being like, man, I wonder, because this feels like if you could really pick this apart and, like, pick Sam's brain about this to understand his rationale for this decision, That'd be good. That'd be good information to have as his GM. It's probably not that useful for a random just any given GM. It's probably pretty Sam specific. But yeah, I'd be very interested to know. Yeah. Yeah. May have gotten info from Tox Machina. Yeah. One of the many times I consider, like, because I know where I can get the old Tox Machina episodes, but it'd be extra work just to sate some curiosity. And I don't think I would even have that big of a takeaway, even if I knew. But it does make me curious. I'm so, interesting. Interesting.
Cool. Alrighty. And skills from back to the top of the round.
You already have advantage on that too.
He's got
So you get attack movement.
What's to my right?
To your right, there is a hallway and then a doorway.
A hallway in the doorway?
Yeah, right there.
You know, I don't think I'm very useful for what they're doing right now, so I'm just going to do a little bit of a poke around over there to see what's happening and listen around. What am I going to do?
Nah, like I said, Brittany, I know where I can find them. I do not currently want to watch them on my own time. Like, it would be something if I wanted to focus content around it or direct eyes towards it, but I don't really want to do that. But I appreciate the offer.
Pretty good right now. Yeah.
I invoke the second pact.
Don't.
You can't do that. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
All right.
So those cages are empty?
These cages are empty currently, yes.
And that chest is closed?
Which one? The
one keep moving to your, yeah, that one.
This one is currently closed.
All right, look around. I'm gonna run through into that smaller room then, just to on the other side and
that's as far as you can get. Right
yeah, crawl up on the wall because I can. Okay. And watch in horror.
Alrighty, that is your turn, Percival.
Yeah.
Tova.
So I have a question for you real quick.
Yes.
I have the words reroll is plus 25 on weapon written on here under great weapon fighting. What does that mean?
Oh, that means if you want to an attack, you can take -5 to hit to add 10 to damage.
Okay, cool.
It's a gamble. But
Oh no, that's great from Master.
Yeah.
And then you have great weapon fighting, which is you can re-roll any 1s or 2s that you roll for damage.
Oh yeah,
once.
yeah, okay. Oh, that's what it says. It says reroll 1s and 2s, not reroll is plus 25. That is confusing
There you
and
go.
generating for me.
No worries.
My bad.
You're not a writer of
I
this
understand.
list.
No, I should never get paid for that ever. All right, well I'm just gonna charge in as bear.
Alrighty.
And in the dark, I can go 10 more feet.
Yeah, because it's
Sorry,
low light.
45 feet. I assume they haven't gone that far.
This is 5,
Can I catch up with them?
15,
Farther in
25,
dark?
30,
What?
35, 40, 45.
Werewolf.
You rush in. The one that was that initially left is slaughtered on the ground, but as you rush past stepping over its corpse, you see another fleshy mass Limerase, the creatures that have been following you around since you got here.
That's what I'm running at, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, well I wanna kill it.
Go for it. Roll for an attack.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
So that wait, so I'm a bear now, so I get the
wooden
transform
dice.
added to my weapon, yeah?
Correct, you do.
Okay, so that is
Additional +2.
So plus 12?
plus 14. That's 30. Yeah.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
And then oh wait.
I'm gonna reroll that too.
Oh yeah. Okay, so 2 6s, and that is plus 9. So that is 21.
20 points of damage. As you rush forward, you come down with a great sword and slice right through the center of this cluster of flesh. It just and kind of falls to the ground, slung in 2 pieces, quivering, and then disperses.
Do you have a bonus action? Do you have a bonus action?
Oh, you do have a bonus action, yeah.
I just want to spit on it. Hate that guy.
Big old,
My least favorite one.
thick bear loogie onto the corpse. So it slowly turns like a liquid that steams as it falls into the cracks and crevices of the stone floor. All right.
Bye, motherfucker.
That's Tova's turn. You guys gone. This, 15 feet movement. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It just, another one kind of comes up behind you. But it can't quite, it has to use all of its action to get to you. These creatures are not very dangerous if you're far away. All right.
If you're far away.
So, as that shambles forward, another winged creature turns the corner, inspecting the sound. And as it turns the corner and sees you, Tyrion, shouting, as you ram forward with the spear and the creature ready to attack, gets slashed in half in front of you, robbing you of your glory.
Yeah.
You turn the corner and see another winged humanoid, this one female, with a very, very intense scowl on its face. You can see the fanged teeth out of the mouth, just and points towards you. I need you to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Advantage.
With advantage.
18.
18, okay. You feel an influence begin to press into your brain, drawing you into a strange brain space, and you clench your eyes and force it out. Your will strong enough to resist the effect.
Strange brain space.
The
Me on the weekend.
upon seeing this fail and your vision go clear, glances about and sees everyone else charging into the room, and then backs up again into the chamber this way.
Damn it. Damn it.
That far with the rest of their movement. And that's as far as they get.
I feel like we're burning the whole goddamn house.
We gotta eventually get a candle on this.
All right.
A handle or a candle?
A handle and a candle.
All right.
That brings us to Vax.
All right, I can't see too well from here. So from where I am crouching from my sister, do I see the Lemure?
You do.
All right. And am I within 60 feet?
You are indeed.
I'm going to chuck Whisper at it.
All right. I will say, if you don't move, Grog is blocking a large portion of the space. I'll give you disadvantage on the attack, even though the creatures are very easy to see.
I'm sharpshooter, so only full cover affects my attacks.
Fair enough. So go ahead. You're unaffected.
And I got a 22.
22 hits, go roll damage.
Okay, and I'm going to bamf there on this. And Grog is right up against it?
Yes, or Grog is not. Grog is about 10 feet away from it. But Tova is right next to it.
All right, so the sneak attack damage. So that is 4 plus 8 is 12 plus psychic damage is 19 plus the sneak attack damage is 22, 26, 27, 32, 37, 40, 44 total.
Okay. You eviscerate the Lemure. You watch as you just jam your dagger through it multiple times, and with each section you carve off of it, it kind of splits open, leaving these stringy tendrils of flesh and tendon behind as it kind of wails and shrieks to the ground, kind of slowly dissipating into a thick sludge.
And for my new vantage point, to see the winged creature that you had referenced?
You make a perception check.
All right.
That
is 24.
24. You unfortunately do not.
All right. I am going to use my bonus action to hide if I can. I should have full movement. Can I back into
You do, yes, you
the
can.
room?
Yeah, you can back into the back corner here, and go ahead and roll your stealth.
Sure. That's a 40.
Okay. Well, no, you don't get the plus 10.
All right. Now we're gonna see what is the consequence? Because as they said, house is alerted now. Like, the alarm is raised. And there needs to be some follow through. It needs to be, how do I say it? It needs to be clear that it is harder because they broke the alarm than if they had not. Right. Or they broke stealth. And we'll see how Matt handles that, because I agree, Bing Bong. And I think to do a stealth mission, you kind of need one of two things to act as a consequence. You either need very intelligent enemies, or you need a fuckload of enemies. Likely asleep or stashed in like an off room that the players don't need to enter otherwise, right? I think those are like the two kind of, even if you think about, say, a stealth mission of like stealing from someone's house in a city, that is still kind of within this paradigm of there is a fuckload of enemies. They're called the guard. The city guard is the fuckload of enemies that might be the consequence if you break stealth during a thievery, burglary mission. So you kind of need one of those two things. And so I think that having these devils, act intelligently and retreat out is good. Is good. I think it is quasi-necessary to make the sort of encounter that he has set up work. The real question for me is, now the house is alerted. They know that there's intruders they've already killed, assumingly one of them, and some of their lemures. What do they do with that information? Because I have thought about this exact problem quite a lot, and it is almost entirely context dependent. But you need your enemies and area to change. Either having the unconscious or hidden away or sleeping horde enter. That's a way that things can change. Or if they're smart, they need to have some way to tilt the encounter in their favor if they know that you're there. And as Brittany just said, ¿por qué no las dos? Because these smart enemies can barricade themselves. They can raise the alarm and call the city guard, invoke the horde, while very strategically defending themselves. If it were me, I would have them try to barricade themselves with environmental features, tables, chairs, block up doors into rooms, and then also call the guard, or call the watchers or the whisperers or what have you. And now the players are on a timer. They're on a timer before the guard shows up, before more reinforcements show up. And I would probably personally make that timer public whenever it starts. And then the Devils in the house, full defense. They're on full defense. They are using the dodge action. Bro, they're pulling out all the stops. They're using dodge. They're readying actions for when the players come through the door. So they're opportunity attacking them. We're going full on defense. And I am playing it as strategically as possible. Because in this moment, I am Matt, and I warned you, dude. I fucking warned you so much. So, gloves are off. These Devils are playing as strategically as possible. They're playing to win. These are one of the few enemies where you can act them full intelligently. You can act them as intelligently as you, the DM, because they're probably smarter than I am in real life. So I can play them as strategically as possible. And that is what I'm going to do. We'll see how if Matt does so. I'm a little bit skeptical, but we'll see. I think they're going to end up being a bit of pushovers, but I could be wrong. Another interpretation, Sam is very natural at sharing the spotlight. We had a guest player who waited most of the ep in the wings, turned into a beast for a very short combat. I mean, assuming that we're not still in the combat. But maybe. I'm not entirely sure how breaking the stealth gives her more opportunity or gives them more opportunity in combat, but there might be, something I'm not quite picking up but maybe. If I was a devil, I'd trap my house and have it linked to an on-off switch. Absolutely. I mean, fuck, with how much Matt warned them, yeah, trap the shit out of this place. Absolutely.
Oh, 30.
Because you already used cast numbers markers, got rid of past so 30. But good to know. Max, you're up.
All right, I come running forward.
And you can see right now what I talk about all the time. What I talk about with foreshadowing, what I talk about with fudging in at my tables and in my philosophy of the game. The more you foreshadow something, the harsher you can be about it. The more understanding your players have of what they're getting into, the more gritty and real and punishing you can make that thing. If my players opt in, I'm going in on it. Because I want them to feel the challenge. And oftentimes, it's hard to foreshadow a really dangerous thing to an appropriate level. I think Matt did a perfect job here of doing that. I think he foreshadowed it as very dangerous, told them exactly what they needed to not do. He's got carte blanche as far as I'm concerned.
And as I'm running forward, I bam, trinket out of the necklace.
So as far as you can get there, and then trinket.
Dual bears.
Bear friend.
Emerges in the chamber next to Grog.
Oh, the bears.
Goes over and is right next to the destroyed corpse of the devil humanoid earlier, this face smashing. Just kind of
Eat it.
Can I say, are we in the clear? Is everyone safe?
Guys, you all hear Vex say that.
No, there's one running.
Oh, well, trinket, go after it. Which way to go?
Down the hallway to the right, left direction.
That was helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That was 2 out of 4 possible answers.
10, 15, 5, 25, 30, 35. Trinket does manage to just catch up with it.
Oh shit, he's gonna try to attack it. Can he do that?
Yeah, he can.
All right, fuck. Look, he's gonna jump on it.
Double bear action.
Bram, bram, bram.
Really don't Google that.
Two bears wrestling with each other.
28.
Hot mess of
28 hits? Yeah, good roll damage.
Sweet.
Yeah, good. That's a really good roll.
I know.
So you're using your action to give him a double attack?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you're not actually attacking the
Yeah.
agency. So go for it. So it's 2 attacks. So the first one's damage?
Okay, the first one's damage would be 14,
14 already.
and the second one is 26.
26 hits.
And that's, whoa, 8 plus 9 is 15. No,
Baddest
17.
range I've ever
17, there you go. So look at that. So Trinket rushes in with a double swipe. As soon as the creature kind of backs around the corner and it goes to turn, Trinket comes rushing around the corner and just tears into a claw and a bite into this this female devil who gets pushed into the wall and just torn into the chest terribly. You guys just see and hear this from a distance. You don't actually watch the impact happen, but you hear the screaming and Trinket roaring as it strikes into it.
Shit, well, that's loud. Hey, buddy, try to stay quiet.
You get the sense that it's going to be real hard to try to maintain a sense of stealth in this stronghold now.
Oh, fuck.
So that ends your turn. Grog, you're up.
I'll run after.
Wait, I use my bonus action to hide as well.
Okay, go and roll stealth check.
Or let's letting Trinket out of the necklace. Does that count as my bonus action?
Actually, I would probably
Okay,
say bonus action, yeah. Grog.
I'll run after winged sheepitch.
Yeah, not an issue. You get up there right with Trinket. We'll say for the purposes of this tiny alley that you're uncomfortably close, because you're both massive size. You have to kind of like move the side around Trinket and come down with the hammer if you want.
Yeah, 2 please.
Okay.
Reckless. 33.
That hits.
Okay. Oh, I re-rolled that because that's a 1. That's a 2. 18. 18 points.
18 points of damage already.
Reckless. 36.
That hits. Go roll damage.
23 points of damage.
Oof. Nasty. Alrighty. As you slam into multiple times, the hammer kind of reaching around the side of Trinket, it's being pushed against the wall, and you can see she has like this giant slash mark on the chest, and a big part of the neck's been torn out, and you just start bludgeoning her on the side of the shoulder, and just is really, really frustrating. However, alright, so that ends your turn, Grog. Taryn, you're up.
Oh, is that thing still alive that Grog is fighting?
It is.
Okay.
Your turn, buddy. Come on. Show me what you got.
Keep it from getting away.
Yeah, I'm good at that. I will run around the corner.
Okay, and as soon as you run around the corner, you see just this massive fur that is Trinket, this massive muscle that is Grog, and this tiny little bit of the devilish head of this female.
Okay.
As you're holding her.
Poke it. Do I have more movement? No, right?
You got a little movement, yeah.
All right, can I get up to poke it?
You can because it is a reach weapon.
Little devil
Because it is a reach weapon, you can over Trinket. It's the best. What are you talking about? I love it. Alrighty, so alright, so go ahead and roll an attack.
Would it take my bonus action to say fire and to light my weapon on fire?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay, I'm lighting my weapon on fire and poking it.
Okay, so the front of it bursts into flame, and you appear on the side. So go and roll an attack.
Fire.
Yes, I know how to do this.
Yes, you do.
Attack plus 8, so that's 21.
21 hits.
Okay, so it's
Roll damage.
1d12.
Come on, it's like frog gigging.
4 plus 2 magic, so that's 6. Plus 1d6 is 4. What did I just say?
10.
10.
10. All right. The fire's reduced by half, so it's 8.
8.
But 8 points of damage.
I'm hasted. I get another attack.
You do.
Poke again. Okay. 18.
18. Unfortunately, does not hit.
I'm feeling lucky.
Okay.
Yeah, 24. 10. 10 plus 2, that's 12. Plus 6.
15 because fire half the fire damage. It's like jamming over Trinket. Like, yeah! The second one gets in the throat. Only gets up.
Be dead, be dead.
Shh, go to sleep.
And as the lance slings into the side of her throat, which is the only thing you can really see at this point, over Trinket grabs up and instinctually catches the lance.
You know what, bro? If you can't be quiet, I guess be fast. Fair enough. All right. I can't say anything against it.
As you're pushing it in, and you just kind of shove it in, going ah! It's like the slow Sitting Private Ryan knife push. She's like, ah! And it just falls limp on the edge of the lance as you crumples to the ground.
Oh, nice job.
Wow. Can we be quiet now?
You should open your eyes, though.
Dodie, take this down.
Where's
I am the
Dodie?
vanquisher of
Oh,
souls.
So he immediately pulls like the small chamber in the side of the torso that holds the book and
And then I throw up.
all right, that ends Tarian's turn. Keyleth.
Okay, I am going to kind of back myself up in this corner that I'm in, and I'm going to cast Locate Creature.
Okay.
And as I cast that,
What's the casting time on Locate Creature?
That's a
Who's got the book? The book.
Locate Creature. Okay, one action. You can do it. Yeah.
One action.
Yep.
It's one action because I knew that, and I'm going to cast. And I'm going to say Utugash.
I just want to make it clear where I draw the line. All good with that. She clearly assumed that it was one action, which is reasonable, and it ended up being that. She had a very distinct idea of what the spell did. All good if she doesn't know. If she was like, oh yeah, I assumed it was one action, I think it is. And then they have to check it. All good.
Okay. You immediately sense a very large, heavy source of energy right in the center of this chamber here.
He's in the next room. He's in the next room. Be quiet. Jesus, be quiet.
Who is it?
Utugash.
Oh, I don't know.
These are small strongholds.
And I look at Grog. I go, Grog.
Quaint.
Running like a bull in fought on the wind. Cut the throat. Bull. Flapping wings.
More like a sheriff's
Grog, at this point.
house.
Just, Grog.
Sheriff's station.
That Whoa.
Pokey poke.
Why don't you just use your fucking earring?
I'm trying. He still doesn't understand
I
words.
can hear you whispering. I don't know why.
He's on the other side of the wall.
Oh, he's on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, oh gosh.
He's in the next fucking room.
Yeah.
Oh, why didn't you just say that?
Because I was trying to
What's this Tatanka thing you're doing? I don't understand.
I was trying to be stealthy.
Oh, Tatanka. I know Tatanka.
You hear a very, very faint sound of shifting stone. It's very faint. That's it.
Wait, shift up stones?
Yeah.
What?
We should go in the room. We should get it out before
Yeah.
he gets away.
We need to go in that room?
Do you guys want that?
Do you guys want to flank? I think we can flank. Looks like
fucking
there's an
get in there.
entrance. on the other side.
Are we still in combat mode right now?
Currently, there is no immediate threat, so you guys can take a moment if you feel like you.
No,
need
let's
to.
run up and get in that fucking room.
Is there anything anyone wants to do before we go in? Last second, really quick.
I want to. Still covered by dark, very
Which
gently.
one?
The corner.
Closest to the camera.
Farthest
Covered
from
by
you.
the diagonal piece
here?
of paper.
No, no.
Diagonal piece of
Away
paper.
from you. Like closest
Upper
to the
corner.
camera.
Closest to me.
Diagonal paper.
Over there.
Yeah.
Would I know anything about the layout of these rooms, or just my room?
You just your room. That's all you're really aware of. All right. So as you look over in that corner, you can see it's a series of 5 locked cell doors. Some have like small bars in the window, some are just solid doors, but they're all slammed and locked.
And meantime, our friend is sealed off behind a closed door.
Yeah, we heard some stone moving, so I think he's trying to get away.
He's in.
But I mean,
He's in
there's a shut
this
door between
room.
us and this guy.
You don't know.
All right.
I'm going to creep along towards our friend then.
Okay. So you move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
What's hidden?
All right. So this is.
I'll come in too.
All right. Kilo, if you do anything else?
Can I take this opportunity to do a quick inspiring leader speech?
It takes 10 minutes to do that.
No, then no. I'm not going to do that.
Sorry.
I'm gonna flank around this side of it.
I'm gonna-
no,
this
other side. Yep.
Four score.
Okay.
Never mind.
There might be a door over there,
There's
right?
a door.
2 doors? Is there a door?
Are we trying to get in
There's a
this
door
room?
that goes this way.
Why don't I just make a way in?
Oh.
I think there's a door right in front of us. But yeah, we can come in the side.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
let's
but
go.
if we can flank him, that'd be great.
I'm gonna follow Tarian.
Yeah, I
keep
follow.
walking down that hall where we just were,
I follow Terry as well.
Is Terry leading the charge here?
as always.
Well, I feel like we're splitting. Are we splitting up?
No,
One
I'm
going
just
through the
following
door.
fucking Terry.
All right. So you're following Terry. Everyone's moving over to the hallway here then.
Because this is smart.
Jody is pushing forward this way. Toby, you following?
Yep.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Because
I'm
there's.
staying
I have no
Staying
sense
back.
of where I am because of New Jersey. Where
Yeah.
am I on the map?
You're in the back of the pack.
You're kind of in the back of the pack, or middle of the pack right now.
Hang on.
Oh,
can
then just sneak ahead.
maybe
Alright.
Terry gives us one entrance, and then we use the actual entrance as well,
Can
so
I
we're
keep
all
going
not going into
down
one
the
entrance.
hallway?
Yeah.
You can do that. Well,
Flank
first
him,
and
motherfucker.
foremost,
I didn't have a chance to peek inside any of those doors, did I? Peeking through the window of any of those doors, did I?
not before we start moving forward. You can if you want to, but you'll stay behind everyone for a little bit.
Over the earring. If he knows we're here, then all bets are off. But if he doesn't know we're here, I'm going to be able to lay a massive amount of hurt on him
I
at the
think he
get-go.
knows we're here.
Terry was screaming like a woman.
There's nothing wrong with
What
that.
if?
Number one,
Women
there
are
isn't.
powerful and amazing.
That's right.
It was just very high pitched, is what I meant.
Right, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Except it gives away our position in this endeavor.
But did you see? I slew that. Slayed? Is slew a past tense of slay?
Slew.
Do I have any way of knowing if this is Udigash in the next room? Can I do like a wisdom check with my bear smell?
Oh yeah, make a perception check. With advantage because you're keen senses.
Bear smell.
That first one. Okay. And
As Toba does this, I turn
20.
to her and I say, "You won't pee on me, will you? I've already been marked."
Peed on before.
why would you ask that? What stuff do you guys do?
I asked that of everyone.
So what'd you roll for your check?
20.
20. You're familiar with the smell. Oh gosh, it is a combined smell of sulfur, dry earth, and grotesque decomposition. And it smells very strong, and you can already follow the scent. It does lead into this next chamber, which is just an open wall. It isn't a door that's closed.
There's no door.
There's no door. It's just an open wall that leads into a chamber.
Oh, I killed that guy so bad.
Terry, you think you
I
can
feel like Terry, you should make a door on the other side, and then we go
On
in
the other side, where we are.
Also continue
We were there
to
already.
lights.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, but like where Dodie is standing right now, if you made a door right there.
Why would that give us any advantage? I'm making a door 5 feet away from the other
No,
door.
that's
No,
not-
because around where Dodie is standing is around the corner.
Since I'm the closest, can I step up into the doorway and see what I see?
Yeah. So you step up, move.
This is door number
As you do,
one.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
This could be door number 2 over here.
I see.
Yeah.
That way we're all not
Grog's-
crowding through one door.
Grog's going in the room.
19.
19.
Well,
As you step forward, something beneath your foot kind of,
Oh, he didn't
and you look
check
up just
the
as you,
side.
as a piece of like a circular stone opening that previously didn't see before, suddenly pours a heavy amount of extremely hot boiling oil down above you, and you step back just out of the way. It splatters across the
Oh my
ground,
god.
sizzling there.
Dexterity.
Do you have advantage on that? Just because this is
Yeah.
my thing? Yeah.
I had advantage already, but that's cool.
Yeah, it's a saving throw, so he gets skills from you, but he has advantage saving throws from traps.
Still cool.
Yeah.
Do I see anything through the doorway from where I'm
As
standing?
you step forward, make a perception check.
Yeah, this will be good. Oh, 18!
All right. As you turn around the corner and look in, the interior is very low lit.
Do you have dark vision?
What little bit of you have dark vision, but there's a little bit of light you see is 2 sources of very, very low, deep red light. These 2 giant pools of some thick red liquid that are just emanating this very, very faint glow. Inside, you see there's a giant chair that is affixed to the center of the chamber, as well as an altar in the center. Upon this chair, you see, similar to what you battled in the City of Brass, you see a massive pit fiend. The wings kind of lazily uncurled to each side. The corpulent mass of it's just this giant belly that hangs almost over the front of its knees. It clutches to its side, and it's using currently to keep one of its arms propped up as a large axe. And the other hand is just resting on the side of the throne. And you see it just sitting there, like tapping its fingers, looking straight at you as you step into the hallway.
Ooh, it's like an invitation.
There are a series of clusters of bones throughout the entire room.
Oh my lord.
It looks like a happy little robot from
Now that I see him, can I look to my left down the rest of the hallway?
You can. And it leads to what looks to be like a portless gate, an iron gate of crossbars that is closed currently. Yeah.
If I can jack up. And I will scoot to my left inside the doorway, but still staying covered behind the wall. No, to the left of the doorway.
We'll say 10:45. Do you want to pick up at this battle moment?
I think
All
so.
right, all right, when we come back.
Well is available.
Are you gonna be here next week?
I don't know. Are you gonna leave me tied to a
You
table?
don't need to. Right at the
Stop with
beginning.
us.
We could have found you in a magical shop. We could have found you in a prison.
Nope, probably not either.
But
Could have been drinking in a bar, like a normal
an
person.
extra night of torture. It's no big deal.
Just an hour and 40 minutes. Time to
Second
concentrate.
time. I'd be around. I want to kill this guy.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll have Noah back for next week. We'll pick up right at the encounter with Urugash within his stronghold. Oh man.
I think I called him Utugash because that's what I wrote down. Like Udahagen, not Utugash.
UTUGAS.
Oh, it is UTU.
Utugash.
Okay.
You did good. But yeah, we'll take this up next week. Jumping into this fray. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for playing, guys. Thank you, Loot Crate, for being an awesome sponsor. And we'll see you guys. We'll be there at WonderCon this Saturday, 2 p.m.
Is this Matt ends the session here? No, okay. Huh. That was short. Huh. Is the Pit Fiend in there alone? Okay. We're gonna, I'll obviously think about it between the episodes before Monday. Huh. I don't know. I am... I'm slightly confused. And I certainly, I won't know until it's over, and I won't be able to give a full opinion. But this dungeon looks pretty lackluster, especially for a stealth-oriented dungeon. And I don't know. The enemy composition doesn't make as much sense to me. I don't think the Aranus would have gone down that quick. Maybe she would have. Maybe I'm underestimating how much damage they were able to put out. I don't know. It seems like it'll be kind of a walk in the park, which, is kind of what I thought the Hells would be, but I think the players were... I think I got infected by the players' mindset of, this place is so dangerous, we're so worried about it, and then, all of the warning and prelude that Matt gave to this encounter, only to have it ostensibly be easier than the City of Brass encounter, is kind of just I don't know. It's a bit of a wah-wah for me. We'll see. Like I said, I don't feel like I can fully rate it until I've seen this next episode, until I've seen how it actually plays out. Because maybe there's something that Matt has in his back pocket that is not obvious right now. That is super duper possible. So I'm not going to fully judge it yet. But, man, right now I'm just kind of okay, whatever. 2 devils, 2 Lemures, who have been nothing but, identified as the shit tier enemies, right? They're in my interpretation, they're basically goblins. Whatever. And then these devils that each died in one turn. I don't know. and then Utagash is just in there alone. I guess maybe he'll have special fat powers. I don't know. I'm pretty meh on that. Yeah. He has to have guards. Matt gave the last one an Aranus, which is not a low-level devil. If it's just a pit fiend, they're going to crush it. That's kind of where I'm at, Bing Bong. Is I'm like... maybe there's more of the structure that they just haven't entered yet, or seen yet. And that there are more enemies within. But if it's just the pit fiend... and these 2 lava pools? That's kind of boring. I don't know. It's a little weird. It's also just unexpected. It's not boring in like he tried to do something and it just wound up being boring because he didn't, quite predict things. It would just be like, why make it weaker than the last one? I don't know. Unless there's a point to that. Unless it being weaker is part of the point. I don't know. It's just very not in the tone of, I feel like, 91 in the beginning of 92. It's possible that it wasn't meant to be a dungeon. I mean, that's totally true. Totally fair. I'm not super enthralled with it as a battle arena either. Like, Matt controlled where they entered, right? He fully controlled where they entered. It's not like they got an exterior view and got to place the door. He controlled that. And so, in that way, he's controlling the pace and the flow of how they move through here, right? Which DMs always do to some extent, or another. And there is, what? Do you know about Fat Yoshi? Did he get banned or something? He did get muted because it was just a lot of discussion he was just like filling up the chat when we're talking about other stuff. Kind of drowned out the normal discussion. So he's muted. But anyways, I think that I don't know, the dungeon, it's very weird. If it's a dungeon, it's very weird. If it's a battle arena, I don't know. That was your little brother. I'm sorry. Just the way it has to go. But yeah, maybe no rest in prison, so trying to escape after fighting a pit fiend will be tough. Maybe Bing Bong. I could see that. It's very, yeah, I don't know. It's possible. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not going to try to make any more predictions or dive through it because it's really going to depend on how it flows across 93. It's because there's an entire hidden part of the stronghold that we haven't seen yet. So it's incredibly possible that Matt has something up his sleeve that we just haven't seen. But right now, yeah, it's just a little lackluster, unfortunately. But that's where I'm going to leave it. Can you... I don't know, Darren. I'll have to think about it. I wish that YouTube had, unmute forms or unban forms, but I don't know. I gotta keep things controlled to an extent. But anyways, I'm about to end stream anyways. So Yeah. All right, thanks a lot. But I will see you guys on Monday for episode 93. And yeah. Goodbye.